Every single day it gets worse. Like, you would hope that we get some positive news at some point, but nope. That is too much to ask for. So instead, what the fantasy football gods are going to give you will be a new injury that you were not even expecting. Let's go through. Let's talk about it all. And I already updated our rankings on the site, of course. But anyway, first thing is Baker Mayfield with the right biceps injury and the knee injury does not practice on Wednesday. Expectations are going to be that Baker Mayfield does play. Keep in mind, this is the same biceps injury he's dealing with last week, and he played last week, so I don't see why that's going to be any different. Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel do not practice on Wednesday. My expectations, and we'll monitor what happens on Thursday. Of course, I'll be live streaming tomorrow to continue to answer your fantasy football questions and to continue to give you injury updates. So just make sure you are subscribed. But my expectations would be Terry does not play and Deebo Samuel does. Don't know why I said Samuels. Dallas Goedert does not practice on Wednesday. My expectations at the time of this recording are Dallas Goedert is going to play this weekend. I am planning on playing him over TJ Hawkinson. Lamar Jackson doesn't practice. Lamar Jackson's not going to play. If you have Lamar as your QB, you need another option. So Taysom Hill, Foster Moreau get in a limited practice on Wednesday. Taysom Hill and Foster Moreau end up playing. You may end up having to move down Juwan Johnson ever so slightly. Tajee Spears gets in a limited practice on Wednesday. I was looking at some of the videos of these practices, and Spears looks like he's decent out there. So as somebody like myself, I was planning on playing Tony Pollard in my second flex spot this week over like Stephon Diggs. And that may be something I need to reevaluate if Spears is going to play, because obviously Pollard's been horrible. The only saving grace is the workload's been insane. Calvin Ridley doesn't practice. We said this on Sunday, but I think Calvin Ridley is going to be a safe drop for you. Even if he plays, you don't want him in your lineup. So Turpin and Miles Sanders don't practice on Wednesday. I think the expectations are going to be that Miles Sanders misses this game, which should make it where if you have Javonte Williams, obviously he is in your starting lineup. Juwan Johnson is the one tight end in New Orleans that does not practice on Wednesday. Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings are both listed as out on Thursday. So we already moved them to the bottom of our week 5 rankings. And with that, obviously goes without being said that no wide receiver in San Francisco is interesting. You have no Brock Purdy in this game either. Brock Purdy also listed as out. So realistically, just please bench every Niner not named Christian McCaffrey. Oh, dear God. So let's go through. This stuff's irrelevant. Leggett playing on... For the love of God, Leggett do something for my Underdog best ball teams. Obviously, nobody in their right mind has Leggett on a regular fantasy football team, but I need you for best ball, my friend. Chuba Hubbard, consider day-to-day, will be very important to see what monitor what happens tomorrow. Joe Alt listed as doubtful for week 5. The dude's not playing. Don't expect him to be good. Jaden Daniels plans on playing in week 5. So I have Jaden Daniels ranked as my QB3 this week. Jackson Dart's good to go despite the hamstring. Do not start Jackson Dart with no Malik Neighbors, especially with the hamstring injury. The rushing upside may be limited. Lamb seen doing rehab work without the walking boot during practice on Wednesday. Congrats, CD Lamb. And I will say, the fiance just got me an early birthday present, or my birthday present just gave it to me a little bit early. But it's like these compression boots for running, like recovery. Oh, they're incredible. I know, obviously, that's not what Lamb's walking around in, but super cool. Shout out fiance. DK Metcalf, it doesn't matter. He's on bye. Anthony Richardson doesn't matter. Y'all probably saw the Shadur Sanders thing. We don't need to talk about that. Rashad Smith expected to get more involvement moving forward. If you're in a deep league, you can look to go ahead and potentially add him. I moved him up our rest of season ranks to a range where deeper leagues, he will be an interesting waiver wire pickup. And also it makes you a little less excited about Isaiah Pacheco and or Kareem Hunt. So here's what we really got to talk about. And it freaking sucks. I thought I was next level genius. Fading James Conner, 30-year-old running back with an injury history, going all in on Trey Benson. I thought I was going to print money. Now, we're still doing very well, 4-0 on my own fantasy team, printing money with all the Quentin Johnston in drafts. But regardless, Trey Benson looks like he's not going to be much help this year. Trey Benson hits the IR. It's not like Benson's not going to play again the rest of the season. No, he's just going to miss 4 to 5 weeks. And obviously the question is, do you want DeMercado? Do you want Michael Carter? Do you want Bam Knight? Here's my expectation right now. Michael Carter is probably going to be the early downs back in Arizona. DeMercado is probably going to be the third down running back. But neither of these guys are any good at the game of football. Now, obviously, that's an exaggeration. They're better at the game of football than I am at anything in my entire life. But they're much worse than the average running back. This is not particularly a great offense. And Bam Knight may be involved as well, at least according to the head coach. So with that in mind, I would say I am not wanting to start any of these running backs this week if you can avoid it. DeMercado and Michael Carter are probably running backs that need to be rostered, and we can reevaluate what happens after this week. Now, Sean Tucker on being ready for a bigger role if needed. I'm always ready and prepared. That's my job. Whenever I'm called, I'm ready to perform my best. The reason why that is extremely relevant is it looks like you may not have Bucky Irving. Obviously, we talked about Trey Benson already being on the IR. But let's go over and let's look at the Bucky Irving stuff. So where was the initial report? Yep, this was it. Shefty tweeted this out as well. Bucky Irving seen on crutches with a walking boot at walkthrough on Wednesday. I have just updated my running back rankings rest of season. I moved Bucky Irving down to being a B tier running back. I think he's like RB 13 or so. You can see him on the site. And I moved Rashad White up. I have moved Sean Tucker up. And Rashad White, I am ranking as a must-start running back in week 5, even though it's a tough matchup. So, obviously, you need to roster Rashad White if he's out there. He would be the number 1 waiver wire pickup this week outside of Woody Marks. And I'll say Rashad White's definitely a lot higher in my rankings this week than Woody Marks is. Alec Pierce with a concussion practices Wednesday, and also head coach in Indy essentially saying, yeah, we don't want to play Adonai Mitchell if we can avoid it. So the Bucky injury is not believed to be a long-term, considered week to week. Week to week is not great. Here's the thing, right? I know a lot of people maybe roll their eyes when we go through and we nuke a player. Like I nuked Lamar Jackson in our rest of season rankings. Lamar's behind Daniels. He's behind Jalen Hurts. Lamar's my QB4 rest of season. And the reason for it is if you're going to tell me that a player's missing the next 3 weeks, so okay, if we're in week 5, that player has like a bye week in week 8 or so, or week 9. Let's just say player has a bye in week 9 and they miss the next 3 weeks. They miss weeks 5, 6, 7, week 9. So they're going to miss 4 weeks. How many weeks do we realistically have until the actual fantasy playoffs? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You're missing 4 out of 9 weeks. You're missing half of the rest of the season. So, like, if you had Bucky Irving and you could ship Bucky Irving for any tier A running back, ship him for Derrick Henry. Like, you do it. Braylon Allen's knee injury is supposed to be pretty serious. Going to be really good news for Breece Hall. And I think that's it for the injury stuff today. But obviously, I mean, this all goes on the back of like Lamb being injured, Neighbors being it. It has been just absolutely brutal. But let's go ahead. Let's dive into what we have with these teams. This first team we're going to have is from Carius. And actually, I do want to say a couple different things. One, hit the like button. Every 100 likes, we're sending out free questions to people in the chat. And 2, obviously, we have been talking a lot lately about the Underdog offer that is currently available to everybody. And that is, if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, when you sign up with code FLOCK, after you play your first $5, you are going to get $100 added to your Underdog account. I've been with them for 5 years. I've never seen them do anything like this before. This is by far and away the best promo that I've ever seen. I would highly recommend taking advantage of it. But on top of that, with Underdog Fantasy, we said that you will also get free questions that you can ask in these live streams if you sign up with code FLOCK and make at least a $10 deposit. And anybody who has taken advantage of that offer over the past 4 or 5 days since we said it was being offered, I don't exactly remember when, those free vouchers just got sent to your account. So if you had an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address that you signed up to Underdog Fantasy with, you should have those free vouchers in your account now for you to send in free questions. If you want to do it this live stream, tomorrow's live stream, a live stream a month from now, I'll be streaming every single day until Christmas. So no rush on it. You send them in whenever you have a question. I'll be super happy to answer it for you. And then also going into the future, those vouchers will be sent out extremely fast after you sign up to Underdog Fantasy, because we don't have to wait on the devs to do it anymore. I can just do it straight from my account. So definitely make sure you take advantage of that if you haven't already. And let me send a couple free questions out to people in the chats for hitting 200 likes on the stream right before we dive into this team. I know it's been a lot. So drop your flockfantasy.com usernames in the chat and we'll get a couple free questions sent out there. And as I wait for people to send that in, I will also remind y'all, last thing here, but if you're a paid member of the site, please, I ordered 2,500 hats. The fiance is not going to be really happy with me if we have 2,500 hats sitting around our house for the next 5 years. So make sure you go and fill out the free merch giveaway. If you're a paid member of the site, I want to get you a free hat, get you a free shirt, get you something. So go through, fill this out so I know what you want, and so I can go ahead and send something over to you. It's just on the post section of the site. Okay. Now let's go ahead and let's send this first free question out to Hayes Smoker. My guy, I really appreciate you hanging out with us in the stream. And let me go ahead and send that free start sit question over. God, I'm dehydrated. Hayes Smoker, just found you and just sent you over a free start set. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in these live streams. Okay. Let's see if we can find somebody else. Let's get this going to Faft. Hopefully I can find you on the site. Faft, just found you and just sent you over a free start set question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us as well, my friend. But let's go ahead and let's start answering some of these team reviews. This one's going to be from Carius. Says, thinking I should try for a better receiver. I recently traded Jalen Hurts and Jalen Warren for Josh Allen from the 0-3 team. I also traded Daniel Jones and Pittman for Rice. Great move there. Just won this week, so I'm sitting at 2-2. So here's the thing. After your trades, you have the most valuable team in this league. It's not even that close either. These are the same league settings as what I play in. This is a 12-team start 8 full PPR format. So the skill positional depth here does matter somewhat. Now, one thing that I will say is I obviously need to move Sean Tucker up our rest of season ranks. Looks like I moved him up the weekly rankings. But yeah, Sean Tucker definitely a hell of a lot better than RB 83 at this point with the Bucky injury. But regardless, as we pull this up, I can safely say that, you know what I want to be looking at here is I want to go ahead and I want to take a little sneak peek at the waiver wire where Michael Carter is currently available. So for me, I would either cut Kareem Hunt or Sean Tucker. I know we already picked up Dermicado, but realistically, there's a chance that Michael Carter is actually the starting running back in Arizona. Now, there's a lot up in the air. We don't exactly know it at this point, but now that we lost Trey Benson, we don't have great running back depth. We have Barkley, we have Achane, so we have 2 running backs that we can lock and load every single week regardless of matchup, which is really nice to see. We have the elite quarterback with Josh Allen. On top of that, we have the elite tight end with Trey McBride. So it's going to allow us to just roster a ridiculous amount of these players when it comes to just depth bench running backs and depth bench wide receivers. Now, looking at what we have at the wide receiver position, we know that you're not going to be getting much from Rashee Rice for the next few weeks, but long term, getting Rashee Rice, obviously really exciting to have him as a wide receiver one. Godwin expanding his role. Godwin definitely looking a lot better now than he did previously. He's coming off a game where he had 10 targets. We have Xavier Worthy. We have Waddle getting the expanded role with the Tyreek Hill injury. We have Devonta Smith here as a desperation play. And given the fact that this is a pretty deep league, that is actually very relevant for us. So as we look at this, you're in a really good spot in terms of the roster construction itself. We're starting Barkley, Achane, Worthy, Godwin, Waddle, Devonta Smith, and with the elite quarterback, the elite tight end. Maybe in the short term, this isn't great, but in the long term, when we're going to give ourselves the ability to hit on one of the options when it comes to the running back depth pieces like those Arizona guys, give ourselves the option of hitting on just a different player off the waiver wire. I think that we have the top end production that all we need to do really is optimize the bottom end bench with waiver wire pivots. You've already put yourself in a position where you have the more value on your roster than anybody else has in this league. So realistically speaking, the only thing that I would look to do in this instance is I would go ahead, I would just make the small waiver wire pivot, picking up Michael Carter, deciding to cut Kareem Hunt or cut Sean Tucker. It's going to be up to you. I'm fine one way or another. But realistically, if it was up to me, I would probably cut Kareem Hunt. I just moved Sean Tucker ahead of him in our rankings because you do have the report coming through saying that Rashad Smith is going to be expanding his role in this offense. While at the same time, we can say that Sean Tucker has a ton of upside with how this potential Bucky Irving injury plays out. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And I'm going to go ahead and send you over some free questions. I think you just work the waiver wire and wait for Rashee Rice to come back in. But I really appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be from Sal Parasi, longtime member of the flock. And let me answer this real quick. Zen says, Mason, why is it blocked off to ask you a start sit question on the site? If I had it where you could buy start sit questions for me on the site or buy trade questions for me on the site, I'm going to be honest with you, my friend. If I were to live stream 12 hours a day, I still would not be able to get through all of them at this point. So how we have it set up on the site is you can only ask us a question if you have a free question voucher. And you can get a free question voucher by either winning it in a live stream, by signing up to Underdog with code FLOCK, or by becoming like an annual mother flocker, or becoming a season pass holder of flockfantasy.com. But anyway, from Saprazi says, what's a better trade here? 1-for-1, Tyler Warren for Tyreek, obviously not after the Miami game, or Tyler Warren for Daniels or Hurts. Only thing is we play in a 6-point passing touchdown format. So Goff and Love are doable based on matchup too. Yeah. I mean, 4-point passing touchdown league, the gap between Hurts and Goff is massive. 6-point passing touchdown format, Goff can really bridge that gap there. But anyway, only thing is, blah, 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 blah. I could also do Warren for a Mason or a Benson potentially, but I don't think that's enough. Well, yeah, definitely not enough after the Benson stuff. So let's go ahead. Let's dive into this. We are third in the league analyzer, and thank God, and I mean thank God, that we did not trade Tyler Warren for Tyreek Hill before we were able to look at this. So looking at this setup, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10 team league. We're 2-2 here. And we have an incredible roster. Achane, Walker, Judkins, 3 startable running backs. Jefferson, Tet McMillan at wide receiver, great. Rashee Rice in the long term, phenomenal. We have 2 elite level tight ends. So for me, it's stupid simple. For me, we want to go ahead. We want to try to sell a tight end and pick up an elite QB. I would definitely opt to go Jaden Daniels over Jalen Hurts, given the fact that this is a 6-point passing touchdown format. I understand where you're coming from with the idea of potentially trading away a tight end for one of those wide receivers. I would say that trade would kind of look like maybe Tyler Warren for Devontae Adams at this point, if you were going to make something like that. But in reality, I would prefer us going after an elite QB because we still have a completely fine starting lineup in the short term where you have Judkins in the flex. And then in the long term, we're going to have Rashee Rice here as an option as well. So I'm going to keep it stupid simple. The only thing that I'd want to do is trade a tight end for an elite QB. I would be very happy to sell Bowers and Jared Goff to get that done. If your league mates are more interested in Bowers than they are Tyler Warren, they're about the same for me at this point. And if you were going to sell a tight end for a wide receiver, I would honestly kind of rather try to look to the Drake London range, even if that means that we need to go through and we need to include a depth wide receiver from us like Terry McLaurin. So instead of trading Tyler Warren straight up for a tight end 2, I would rather try to send Tyler Warren and Terry McLaurin for a tight end 1. And then, like I said, also with that, I would love trying to go through and send one of the tight ends and a quarterback to go and get that upgrade at QB. That's plan A for me, and I would agree with you. In a 4-point passing touchdown format, Jalen Hurts would be in that mix. But in a 6-point passing touchdown format, again, I'm in agreement that Hurts maybe not that exciting. And instead, we'd potentially be going through and looking at somebody like Jaden Daniels. But I wish I had more for you, but I think you have a great team. I'm going to go ahead and send you over some free questions. That way, if there's anything else that you want to follow up with, I'd be super happy to check it out whenever you want. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be a Dynasty question, so we're going to skip past this one. We'll save this for a dedicated Dynasty live stream. It'll move over to Alfidi's team, but we need to go ahead. We need to send out some free questions in the chat. So obviously, the majority of the questions that we answer in these live streams every single night are completely free from the people who signed up to Underdog with code FLOCK, from the people that just won them in the live streams as well. So just go ahead, drop a like on this stream, drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat if you want to win some free questions. And I will reiterate that if you took advantage of that offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy over the past 5 or so days, we just got that system built into flockfantasy.com where now you should have those free question vouchers where you're able to send in a question if you want, if you went ahead and took advantage of the offer on Underdog Fantasy. If you didn't take advantage of the offer, it's not too late. Underdog is still doing it for the time being. It is after you play your first $5 with code FLOCK, you will get $100 added into your account. And with that in mind as well, I will say this is like a limited time thing. I've been with Underdog for 5 years. This is the first time I've ever seen them do anything like this. The offers in the past were not nearly this good, but use code FLOCK. You'll get $100 added to your account. You'll get a free pick like Matthew Stafford, higher or lower half a total yard for the Thursday night game. And on top of that, you'll get free questions that you can send in the live streams, which we are doing every single day until Christmas. But let's go ahead and let's send out some free questions here. This one's going to be from GRXX in something. Let me see if I can find you on the site, my friend. Appreciate you hanging out with us. And we'll be happy to send you over some free questions. GRXX in I got GRXMMZ, but not your exact. I don't know if you use code FLOCK when you signed up to the site, but use code, you can add it on your account page. I can only find you on my users page if you use code FLOCK. See if I can find Fatal. Fatal, I just found you and just sent you over a free start sit question. really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. But let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be from Alfidi. Says, Team Brock's Castle desperately need help post Tyreek Hill injury. Biggest strength pre-injury was my depth at the wide receiver / flex. Having Tyreek and Ted at wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4. Now I feel like I have to make a trade of Pittman and Benson for a wide receiver 3 / flex upgrade. Possible sell high situation. Would like Tet as a flex. What is the move rest of season? All right. Very clearly, this team's now in a brutal spot. We'll go ahead and check this out. But we lose Tyreek, we lose Trey Benson, if I'm reading this correctly. So we lose Tyreek, we lose Trey Benson, and all of a sudden the depth is out the window. And it's a league in which it's pretty damn deep. It's a 12-team start 9 format. So the depth is going to matter here a lot. Our running back 3 now is Kenneth Gainwell. Our wide receiver 5 is Torrey Horton. So the main thing that we need to be doing is we need to be working the waiver wire like a madman. I will say there's no world in which, even in a deep league like this, you're ever excited to play Juju Smith-Schuster. So what I would look to do is I would go ahead. I would cut Juju Smith-Schuster. I would cut Parker Washington. I would pick up the combination of Kyler Murray and Michael Carter. Michael Carter in a league like this could very easily turn into a flex level player for you. Also, Kyler Murray, given the rushing ceiling, I know Kyler hasn't been great this year. He's looked bad from a real life perspective, but he's still sitting here averaging about 16 points per game, which I know is less than Dak, but Dak dealing with the Lamb injury. I think in a bad matchup, you would probably bench Dak Prescott in favor of Kyler Murray. So I would go ahead. I would cut Parker Washington. I would cut Juju Smith-Schuster. I would pick up Kyler, and I'd pick up Michael Carter. Beyond that, your starting lineup, you still have Pittman and Tet that you can put in there. So what I would probably look to do is roll with this team as is, where you can still get by. Obviously, the injuries are going to be very tough, but now we're not comfortable with the flex options. Like, you're not going to be able to go through and you're not going to be able to trade for an upgrade, which is, I know what you were wanting to do previously. You are instead going to have to be a little bit more in survival mode, where I'm not wanting to make those trades. I'm wanting to just survive. And what I would probably look to do, to be honest, is I would wait a week or two, feel out what our flexes are like, because again, this is a very deep format, so our flexes are going to matter a ton. And if you're not getting the running back production that you want, if none of these guys end up hitting for you off waivers, what you could potentially look at doing is you could potentially look at trading Brock Bowers to pick up another running back. Because again, that running back depth is going to be highly questionable now that we no longer have Trey Benson. I don't think you could sell the wide receiver depth for it, because this league depth is going to matter too much. And we have too little post injuries to Tyreek and Trey Benson. But possibly going through and looking to make that move regarding Brock Bowers would be possible, and it could save us. But I don't think you need to do that right now. I think your team was really good before the injuries, and it's still okay after. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock and supporting the channel. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next question. And it looks like we just hit 400 likes. So let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions in the chat. All you got to do, again, to get those free questions will be drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel, If you took advantage of that offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, those questions, vouchers should be in your account now. So you should be able to send in those questions whenever you want. And with that in mind as well, obviously you can still take advantage of that offer on Underdog Fantasy. It's not too late. And now we have it built out into flockfantasy.com where you'll get your free questions way, way sooner. But just sign up to Underdog Fantasy, use code FLOCK. You're going to be getting $100 added to your account after you play your first 5. I've never seen them do anything like this. I've been with them for 5 years. This is genuinely an incredible offer, which is why I've been so annoying about this over the past 2 weeks, because I feel very compelled to get y'all to take advantage. And on top of that, you'll get a free pick for the Thursday night game with code FLOCK. That's going to be something like Mac Jones, half a passing yard higher or lower, or Matthew Stafford, half a passing yard higher or lower. And on top of that, you'll get free questions that you can ask in these live streams. And we're going to be streaming every day until Christmas. But let's go ahead and let's send this question out to Phil. Phil, appreciate you always hanging out with us in these streams. And let me see if I can find you on the site to get this free question sent over. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us as always, my guy. Okay. And let's move this to our next question. This is WickedDependency. Says, I'm stacked at wide receiver. Currently 3-1. Do I push for Lamar or Allen and hope the running back situation improves as the season goes along? Or would it be better to make a deal for a better RB? Any advice would be great. No trades lined up at the moment, but some teams are struggling and could use some help. So we are the number 1 team in this league when it comes to value. We've scored 449 points. So to be honest, we are kind of a lucky 3-1. We are 8th in this league when it comes to points scored. But the reason why we are so much higher in terms of value on the roster than we are when it comes to points scored is we are situated with a lot of these long-term pieces. Like we could go ahead and we can safely say, yeah, Rashee Rice, long-term piece, will get better as time goes on. Yeah, RJRV, long-term piece. Yeah, Woody Marks, long-term piece. Obviously, we thought that we were comfortable at running back because we thought we had hit on freaking Trey Benson. Turns out that's not the case. So that is going to be something that all of a sudden we do just need to reevaluate. But it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So the depth is not going to be super important here. Looking at what we have with quarterback, we have Kyler Murray. Kyler is effectively one of those quarterbacks that you want to roster 2 guys and you want to play the matchups with them. So I wouldn't mind at all also rostering like Michael Penix or Trevor Lawrence, dependent on if we had anybody to drop. And I know Mark Andrews has been a lot better over the past 2 weeks. Like over the past 2 weeks, Mark Andrews has been the tight end 2 and the tight end 13. But with the Lamar injury and with Isaiah Likely coming back in, I don't know how long that's going to last, to be honest. Looking at what we have when it comes to running back, we are dead last in this league with value. We have Chase Brown. We have RJ Harvey. We have Woody Marks. So Woody Marks may actually end up saving us here, funny enough. As we can start Woody Marks alongside Chase Brown this week and bank on the long-term upside of RJ Harvey. Looking at what we have at receiver, we have Puka Nacua, JSN. We have the Ricky Pearsall injury. We have Rashee Rice suspended. So realistically, with how we sit at wide receiver right now, like you can't sell any. Like, here's the thing, man, with your team. You've been brutalized with injuries. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format where I would love to go through and I would love to see if we could upgrade at quarterback. But I know you're saying that some guys need some help here. I would say you kind of need some help on your roster too. Like once we end up getting Rashee Rice back from the suspension, once we end up maybe seeing a Ricky Pearsall back from his injury, then sure, at that point, we could go ahead and we could say, yeah, let's go and sell a wide receiver like Jamison Williams, and let's go get an upgrade at running back. Let's go get an upgrade at quarterback. But with how it's situated right now, it's very difficult to say that. Like, realistically, you're kind of needing to hold on to these skill positional players. Skimming through and looking at the waiver wire options, really there's nothing I would do with your team. I would leave your team as is. I think you're in a good spot. 3-1 roster. The team's going to get better as time goes on. Again, the league analyzer is saying that we have the most value in our league. The main thing is I would just be wanting to upgrade quarterback when we get the opportunity to, and you're not going to get the opportunity to for another couple weeks. But I'm really sorry that I don't have much for you, my friend. I'm going to go ahead and I'll send over some free questions for you. I know you're always hanging out with us in these live streams, and I really do appreciate you. But I realistically think that your team's kind of fine as is, but you don't have enough additional value where you can make an easy trade. Now let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be from Tfesrob. Also, always out in these live streams with us. It says 1-3, just picked up our first dub. Looking to keep it going. Any advice is appreciated. Thanks, Mason. Thank you, my guy. We are third in the league in terms of value at the moment. Now, we've scored 434 points. So honestly, even though we're 1-3, we're kind of like an unlucky 1-3. We're right in the middle of the league when it comes to actual points scored. Now, taking a look at what we have with the options on the waiver wire, I would say with the injury to Trey Benson, it's going to be very easy to say, yeah, we can go ahead and we can cut Kayshon Boutte to pick up Amari Dermercado. Dermercado probably is going to be the receiving back where we probably have Michael Carter on first and second downs. But I mean, realistically, there's an outside chance that in a 14-team format, a team gets desperate enough at RB where we could go through and we could sell them Dermercado and we could go get an upgrade at tight end. So I would cut Boutte. I'd pick up Dermercado. We have Kyler and Stafford to play the matchups with. Running back, we have Hampton, Kyron, Jordan Mason as jams at the moment. We have Jamar, Tet, Egbuka, and Jordan Addison back in. So here's the thing, man. You actually have enough depth, especially in a 14-team league with all these injuries. I'm going to assume that somebody could really use one of these running backs from you. Like, I'll go through and let's see what we could do trade-wise with this. Like, we have maybe Kyron Williams as the expendable piece on our team. Let's go through and let's see what teams are desperate for some running back help. And you know what? I would say the biggest needs on our team would be quarterback and tight end. So let's go to the teams with the elite QBs and the elite tight ends and see what they could use. So this team that has Jaden Daniels and Drake May is starting Tyler Algier as their running back too. And they also have Tyler Warren at tight end. So we could try a couple different things here. We could go through and we could try to send them Jordan Mason and Kyler Murray, or RJ Harvey and Kyler Murray, to get Jaden Daniels, see what they would have to say. I mean, realistically, there's an outside chance that they would be willing to do this because they also have Drake May as well. And again, they really could use some extra help when it comes to running back. Now, looking at what we have with the potential tight end trade, I would kind of say the same thing at tight end, where if you could send them Britton Strange and then like Jordan Mason, Britton Strange, and RJ Harvey and somehow weasel our way into Tyler Warren, they would have to be very desperate to make that move. But if they were, I mean, hell, we'd be happy to take advantage. Going through and looking at the next team that has Josh Allen, like they have Chuba as RB2 with an injury. So, I mean, you could go through and you could try to send them Kyler Murray and Kyron Williams for Josh Allen and see what they would have to say. Now, going over and looking at the next squad, this team has Jalen Hurts and Jordan Love. Their running backs are DeAndre Swift and Tony Pollard. So they literally don't even have a running back that they could possibly start this week at RB2. Like, they only have one startable running back, and the one startable running back is Mr. Pollard. So if possible, I mean, I would like trying to go through and send them the combination of Jordan Mason, Kyler Murray to try to get to Jalen Hurts. They have Amon-Ra St. Brown. Maybe we try to send them Jamar Chase and Jordan Mason to get to Amon-Ra St. Brown if they're desperate enough at RB. This team has Lamar Jackson and CJ Stroud. In terms of what they would need help with, wide receiver depth isn't the best. They just lost Trey Benson at running back as well. If we wanted to try to send them the combination of Egbuka and Kyler to get back Lamar Jackson. And honestly, with the Lamar injury, you may not even have to send that much. You can maybe try sending one of those depth running backs instead. So I would just go through and I would try to take advantage of these teams that need those other pain points. Let me see the teams that are strongest at tight end in your league. This team is McBride and Ferg. They're starting Montgomery as RB2. Like, is there a world in which we could go through and we could try to send them Kyron Williams and Britton Strange to get to Trey McBride and give them a significant upgrade at tight end? This team is Brock Bowers. They have Miles Sanders as their running back too. They've lost Miles Sanders, Braylon Allen, Austin Eckler, and potentially they lost Bucky Irving as well. They have no healthy running backs on their team, not a single guy. Could you try to send them Jordan Mason and RJ Harvey plus Britton Strange to get to Brock Bowers? Just fill out their running back room for him. We already talked about that Tyler Warren trade. This team with Tucker Kraft has depth. So again, it's a 14-team league. So the skill positional depth is going to be hard to come by. And realistically, like, you could go through and you could take advantage of some of your league mates based off how strong we currently stand with our running back and wide receiver depth. But for the least the time being, that I don't know if you can make any of those trades. I would definitely try. But what I know you can do is I'd cut Kayshon Boutte, I'd pick up Dermicado, and that'd be a very, very easy pivot for us. Now, I really appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. You know, I'm always happy to see you out in the streams, my guy. And let me go ahead and send you over some free questions. But I know we have a bunch of free questions submitted from the people that have taken advantage of the Underdog offer. So we are going to switch over and answer some of the quicker questions. So let's go ahead and let's dive into those. We've been able to get through some of these team reviews. And of course, we'll go back to the team reviews when we need to. Okay. Now, let's pull this over. Jay Willie is going to be our first trade question. We'll do a page of these and we'll switch back to roster reviews. Trading Jordan Mason, Tet, Kyle Pitts for May, Woody Marks, Rome Odunze. Give me Rome over Tet. Give me May over Pitts. Give me Woody Marks, Jordan Mason. I'd probably rather have Jordan Mason, but it's not that far off. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take the Drake May and Rome Odunze side. I think you're getting the best play. And the only spot that you have to downgrade is not a bad downgrade whatsoever. And some people would say it's not a downgrade at all. Now, looking at our next one. This is Phil. Says Lamar and Bucky injured. Worried about Kamara. Is Goff an okay backup? Yes. I'll try to get Marks, drop Mixon 3-1. So let's see what we got. Goff's a great backup going up against Cincy. Running back, we have no Bucky. You're going to play Etienne and Kamara. And then for the flex, Debo's, you have George Pickens. You got to play Pickens. And yeah, Debo didn't practice today, but I guess it's irrelevant to you because your wide receiver room is absolutely nutted. So you're just rolling with this regardless. Now, Bank says, I know you answered this already, but I'm 0-4 and I seriously don't know what to do. 0-4, we are thinking about short-term production, right? So even though, like, Hendo and Scat are close in my rest of season rankings. On an 0-4 team, Cam Skattebo is going to be way better in the short term, and the short term is really the only thing that I'm going to care about here. So I would say an 0-4 team is highly incentivized to go ahead and to trade Henderson and Tyler Warren. I'm sorry, Henderson for Cam Skattebo. However, with that in mind, I think that this may be a little bit too much. I think us going through and us also sending Tyler Warren for Hunter Henry, that is too big of a downgrade. Even if I really would like the idea of upgrading here when it comes to the running back spot, I think if you are going to be selling Tyler Warren, realistically, you should just be able to get something better back, to be honest. Now, Jay Stark with our next trade question says, you told me in a team review to trade Sutton. What are your thoughts? If I told you in a team review to trade Sutton on a dynasty team, my assumption is going to be is it is because you are a rebuilding roster. And if that is the case, and if that is why I told you to trade Courtland Sutton, there's no way that you can be also sending a future first away. So, again, if we are selling Courtland Sutton in Dynasty, it's most likely because we need to go through and we need to pivot to the long-term value. And if we're pivoting to long-term value, we for sure do not want to be also selling our future first. So keep the Sutton side. Totally, here at quarterback, you have no Lamar. You're going to go Goff over Stroud and Dart. And then for the flex, I will take Marv over Woody Marks, and we can give Woody Marks one more week to prove that he is the real starter in Houston. In Houston. I was going to say against Baltimore, but. Now, Octopon says we have Lamar, running backs are Williams, H.N. Montgomery, wide receivers JSN, Rome, St. Brown. We need a quarterback. Stafford's on waivers. I have Dobbins ranked ahead of Fields. Like if you have Lamar, you just need to play for a couple weeks. So in that instance, I would probably rather just pick up Matthew Stafford for free. I mean, I know we're strong at running back. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like we're the strongest team ever at the running back position. Now I need to log out and log in so we can keep the show rolling. So as I do this, please let me stall by reminding you that if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel. I am live streaming every single day until, what's it called? I'm live streaming every single day until Christmas. Not going to miss a single day answering fantasy football questions. So, and you can tell the majority of the questions that we answer in these live streams are completely free. So go ahead, just subscribe, come out to the streams, and get some free questions sent over to your account. Okay. Now let's move this back. So this is Octopond. Like I said, I think I'd rather have Dobbins here. Beto99, always happy to see you. Running back this week, you're going to go James Cook, Jahmyr Gibbs. Wide receiver, we're going with the combo of Rome and Xavier Worthy with no Rice. Tight end Tyler Warren. Flex, we have no Pearsall, we have no Lamb, we have no Benson. So it's Quentin Johnston and then either Trevion Henderson or Travis Hunter. I will go with Trevion Henderson here. And Rome's on bye, so I apologize. Completely forgot about that. You're going to have to start Travis Hunter instead of Rome Odunze. So realistically, you just don't really have any options there considering injuries and bye weeks have decimated our team in week 5. Okay. Now, let's move this to Quinn Taylor. Says, Mason, I am 0-4, but I don't think my team is that bad. What's the best bet for positions this week? Okay. Quarterback between Bo Nix and Brock Purdy. We have no Purdy, so you got to go Bo. Tight end, I will go Juwan Johnson over Hawkinson, assuming he plays. He didn't practice today, though. And then for the flex, a full PPR format, I'll probably go ahead and take Michael Pittman Jr. Colts supposed to score a ton of points this week. But I wouldn't fault you at all for going with one of the running backs. Montgomery has a really good matchup. Honestly, both running backs have good matchups. Montgomery's a little bit better, though. So I wouldn't fault you for either one, but I probably would go ahead and I probably myself would play Pittman just because we know what to expect. I mean, we've seen Pittman over a large sample now. Now, Groove Team Chris trading Mason Jamo Pickens for Drake London. Short term, give me Pickens over London until Lamb comes back. Running back, we have Judkins, Achane, Woody Marks. Wide receiver after this, we'd have London side. Here's the thing, man. You're dealing with the Benson and the Mike Evans injuries. So, realistically, I don't think you can afford to do this. I think you honestly just kind of have to hold on to the package. It's a good price tag, but I don't know if your team has enough depth to do it. Now, Futron says, had neighbors, roams on by, what do we do? Well, you start Baker in a tough spot here. Yeah, play Devonta Smith at wide receiver, and the flex, you play Javonte Williams, my friend. I will say, Javonte is an absolute crusher in the flex this week. Taylor here for the flex. We're looking at Jordan Mason, Javonte, Marvin Harrison. You go ahead and you play Javonte. I think Miles Sanders is going to miss, so if Miles Sanders is going to miss, realistically, Javonte Williams is going to get pretty much every single touch. Now, Beer Boy trading a future third and Caleb Johnson for Terrence Ferguson. So we have seen nothing from Caleb Johnson this year. We've also seen nothing from Terrence Ferguson. So realistically, I don't see the reasoning behind making this. I'd probably just leave it as is. Now, D. Martin trading Henry and Pittman for Daniels, Pacheco, Wilson. Pittman to Wilson, massive upgrade. Henry to Daniels, I'd probably rather have Henry, but as long as we have enough production at running back, I'm okay with it. You have Herbert. Yeah, I think like running back 2 would be Rachaad White, which obviously is great if Bucky's missing, but we don't know if that's going to be 100% the case and for how long it would be. So in that instance, I would probably go ahead. I would probably take Derrick Henry and Michael Pittman. I like the deal. Don't get me wrong. But I think you prefer the Derrick Henry side here. Now, Maze's trading Daniel Jones, Xavier Worthy for Woody Marks, Ricky Pearsall. Downgrade at wide receiver to get Woody Marks. And we lost Trey Benson, so our running back room's toast. So, yes, we can do this. Now, it's Braden trading Bijan for Kyron, Debo, and Waddle. 10 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Your wide receiver room is not the best. It looks like maybe we are a team that lost Malik Neighbors, but in your league settings, the depth doesn't matter, so I'd rather just have Bijan Robinson. Okay. Now, Saturn here for the flex. We have no London this week, so it's either Scat, Genty, or Worthy. I'd probably go ahead and I'd probably play Genty. Not a super easy call. The Raiders offense projects to be a lot worse this week. And also you add the significant offensive line injury where the left tackle now went to the IR. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next one. This is us trading Genty for Nico. It's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex where I feel better about our wide receiver room than I do our running back room. So I'd probably just keep Genty here myself. Like Genty versus Nico, in my opinion, just comes down to what position you need. And in this format, you're really never going to need wide receiver. Okay. Now, Nary 2.0. Quarterback Fields versus Mahomes. Actually really, really tough this week given the matchup that you have going up against the Dallas Cowboys for Justin Fields. I probably will take Mahomes, but it's extremely close. Running back, give me Judkins over Montgomery, even in a good matchup for Montgomery. Wide receiver, give me Ladd over Hollywood. And then in the flex, we will take David Montgomery to good spot against Cincy. Now, Himothy trading Ginty Pickens for Saquon. 10 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Leftover at wide receiver, we'd have Igbuka, Puka, Tet, Evans, and you can only start 3 of them at the very most. So, yes, I'd make this deal. You're going to look like you'll lose it in the short term when you have no Lamb, where obviously Pickens is just a crusher. Now, Creamy Baby coming through. Wide receiver, Pickens, auto start with no Lamb. Igbuka, auto start, no Evans. If Bucky misses, which I'm assuming he will, we're going to go Worthy and Debo in the other 2 spots. Now, if Bucky plays, I think you can go ahead and play Bucky over. Honestly, you're going to have to monitor the Debo stuff too, because Debo actually did miss practice today. So we'll see. But I would expect Bucky to miss. Now, HR trading Hampton and London for Barkley. 10 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. You only have 3 startable receivers. And honestly, it's not like Barkley looks that much better than Hampton. Hampton's had back-to-back games with like 25 points. Barkley hasn't had 25 points a single time this season. Now, clearly, I'd still rather have Saquon Barkley over Amari and Hampton the rest of the season, but I don't think London is like bridging the gap. I think London's way more. Now, other thread here for the potential flex. Our best option on the bench is Rachaad White. I'd play White over Godwin. Like, I would be surprised that Bucky Irving plays at this point. So, if Bucky Irving misses, Rachaad White's a must-start running back. Last time we saw Rachaad White with no Bucky Irving, like for an entire season, he was an RB1. And the offense is good in Tampa, arguably better than it was. Okay. Now, Frank the Tank, 0-4, second in the league analyzer, Dak's on waivers. I'd go Daniel Jones over Dak. A running back, give me Hampton, Judkins. Yeah, you drafted all the rookies. Of course, we started slow. Ferg over Hunter Henry. And then in the flex, Chase Brown, and close your eyes and hope that this offense is better this week. Now, call me Dada coming through. Quarterback, Drake May over Purdy. Purdy's not playing. Waddle over Godwin with no Tyreek. And then Rachaad White over Godwin in the flex. If Bucky doesn't play, if Bucky does play, you can go Godwin if you want. Now, Manny, give me Daniel Jones over Bo Nix this week. Running back, we're going to go Brees. Wide receiver, we're going to take the combo of Waddle and Debo, assuming Debo plays. Tight end, give me Brock Bowers. And then for the flex, we'll go with Quentin Johnston. If Debo doesn't play, you move Quentin Johnston to wide receiver and you put Chase Brown in the flex. Now, Chimo trading Judkins for Brian Thomas and RJ Harvey. It is a super deep league where the wide receiver depth matters, so it actually looks like Brian Thomas would hit your starting lineup. So I think I'm actually going to go ahead. I think I'm actually going to take the combo of Brian Thomas and RJ Harvey. Now, Chef Rye trading Hampton for Marv, Harvey, and Dobbins. How bad do you need the wide receiver? It's a start 8 format. We have Puka Godwin starting at wide receiver right now. We have Jacob Scat at running back. And then our 2 flexes are Franklin and Hollywood. So here's the thing, man. You're losing value undoubtedly with this trade. Like this trade, Amari and Hampton's the value side for sure. For that reason, I'm not going to mark you as a winner on the I receive side. But with how decimated your team is and with how much you need depth, I completely understand. I understand going and getting the depth. So I want to make a trade like this. I would just like a little more value if we could. Now let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be quarterback Dak Prescott versus Baker Mayfield. We're going to go Dak this week with the injuries in Tampa, and you actually do have a really bad implied team total for Baker. Like the Bucs are supposed to be a very low scoring offense this week. Then going over and looking at what we have for the flex options, our best name that we have on the bench currently is Darren Waller. Like what the hell is going on here? So you got to leave Javonte Williams and T. Higgins in. I don't know what else we could say. Now, Ball69 says, is this price worth giving up Jamar? Jalen Ward and Woody Marks, lateral move. Jamar Chase to Travis Etienne, downgrade. Actually, it says that if this is a non-PPR format, Etienne's better than Jamar Chase. If it's a full PPR league, I want the Jamar Chase side. If it's a non-PPR league, I want the Etienne side, especially with Pacheco looking like the worst player in the league. And on top of that, us having the running back injuries. But, yeah, dear God. Obviously, how the mighty have fallen. But I would only do this if it's a non-PPR format. Like, I have Travis Etienne on my own fantasy football team, and I would trade him for Jamar Chase immediately. But that's because I play in a PPR league. Now, Chef Rye, here at wide receiver, give me Chris Godwin over God knows what. Like, Godwin ran just as many routes as Igbuka last week. He had 10 targets. He played 80% of the snaps. He ran 38 routes. Obviously, it's going to take him a little bit of time to get ramped up, but what are your other options? Troy Franklin and Hollywood Brown are other names that we're putting in. I don't even know if Calvin Ridley's going to play. Like, I'd probably play Calvin Ridley in the flex spot over one of those names, but God, this week is ugly. But it looks like we just hit 700 likes in the stream, so let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions. Again, all you got to do to qualify to win free questions for these streams, you can tell the majority of these questions that we answer every single day are completely free. We live stream every single day, and I will until Christmas for y'all. So just make sure you drop a like on the stream and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat if you want to qualify to win those free questions. And also you could get yourself guaranteed free questions as well if you take advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is doing the really unthinkable. I've been with them for 5 years. I've never seen them offer anything like this. And that's going to be you play $5 and get $100 added to your account if you use code FLOCK. And on top of that, with code FLOCK, you're going to get a free pick for Thursday night's game. That's going to be something like Matthew Stafford, higher, lower, half a total yard. Mac Jones, half a total yard, higher, lower. And you'll get free questions that you can ask in the live streams that we are doing every single day on this channel. You can find the link in the description as well as the live chat. But let me go ahead and see if we can find somebody in the chat to send a free question to real quick. We got Machine Gun Cuddy. Let me see if I can find you on the site, my friend. Appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. Okay, Machine Gun Cuddy just found you and just went ahead and sent you over that free start sit question. Again, appreciate you sticking with us for so long now, my friend. Okay. Now, let's move this to our next question. And let's actually go back to the team reviews. And then obviously we can get back over to these quicker start, set, and trade questions. But I know we have some team reviews that we have to look at. So I want to make sure we can kind of go back and forth here. Okay. So we're going to skip by the dynasty ones. I'm going to skip by this NFL fantasy one because it's screenshots. I'm going to have to pull that up on a separate monitor. But this is Brees is right, says, feel stuck with my team after losing Burrow to an injury. Also made a trade before the week 4 games where I sent Jordan Mason and Flowers for T-Mac and A.O. Manor. Looks pretty good. Need help getting more points weekly. Should I trade Bowers for 2 players? Maybe he could be better as well. Looking for any advice. Here's the thing with Bowers, man. I mean, you're looking at a tight end that obviously has been very bad this season for where you drafted him. But he's been wearing the knee brace. He doesn't look fully healthy. There is an outside chance that he does just get healthier as time goes on, and all of a sudden he is right back to the same guy that he was a year ago. But anyway, looking at what we have with value in the league analyzer, we are currently 5th. We've scored 397 points this year. We're 2-2. We're kind of right in the middle of the league in points scored as well. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So generally the depth isn't going to be super high priority for us. Quarterback, we currently have Caleb Williams. When we're sitting with Caleb Williams here, we are just fine rolling with this going into the future. I would prefer picking up a second quarterback to play the matchups with. And realistically, you're going to need a second quarterback at the very minimum for this week, considering the fact that Caleb Williams is on bye. So I would go ahead and I would probably drop Jaden Reed if Jaden Reed's on your actual bench and not your IR. And I would drop Jaden Reed and pick up Michael Penix. And then if you can't drop Jaden Reed, your next drop's going to be Kendre Miller. Now, going over and looking at the next pickup that we would want to make, because obviously we have no option but to pick up a quarterback. That is non-negotiable with Caleb Williams on bye. But Michael Carter has a very real chance of being the starting running back in Arizona. So I would cut Miller. I would cut Jaden Reed for Michael Carter. Now, again, I know that maybe Reed is on your IR, so you're able to only cut one of these players. I would consider dropping Alec A.O. Manor in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where we have JSN, we have Chase, we have Tet. Like running back, in my opinion, is going to be a bigger need for us than wide receiver. And because it's a league in which you only start 2 receivers in a flex, I'm not that concerned about the depth with your skill positions, especially knowing that there are these quality options on waivers that we would like to pick up that we can't even really roster because our bench is too good. Like, I don't want to sell Brock Bowers in this instance. Like, I think this is the type of league, this is the type of team that you keep Brock Bowers on. And then in terms of trades, you don't really have any expendable value. You could say like, oh yeah, it'd be nice to upgrade from Woody Marks at RB2, but you sell Tet and Woody Marks to go get a better RB2, then all of a sudden we have a hole in the flex. So yeah, the only real thing that I would do is you need to pick up the quarterback. And I would also strongly advocate for picking up Michael Carter. But I think that's all I got for you. I wish I had more for you, my friend. I'm going to send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This one's going to come out from Mixtape. It says, hey, Mason, Burrow injury is killing me right now. Lost by 0.5 point this week to put me at 2-2. I feel strong about my team aside from Walker and Ridley. Thoughts about buying low on Henry if possible. Mainly looking for possible trade targets. Advice and confidence boost since this was a tough week. Well, the main thing that I want to point out, my friend, is you are currently sitting with the most value of anybody in your league. Not only are you sitting with the most value of anybody in your league, but on top of this, at the same time, you've scored more points than anybody else in your league. So the last thing that I'd be doing is worrying just because you're 2-2, right? Realistically, you're second in this league with points against. So you're just kind of unlucky up until this point. Now, the thing that's very nice about this team for these league settings is it's a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers in a flex. So the skill positional depth's not going to matter much. So I really think you can afford in leagues like this to go and get the elite quarterback, go and get the elite tight end. That's exactly what we have with the combination of Josh Allen and Trey McBride. So really like to see that. Going over to wide receiver, we have London wide receiver 1. Good, not great. Jamar Chase wide receiver 2. I'm sorry. I know everybody obviously wants to panic with Jamar. And clearly he's not the number 1 overall player in fantasy like he was a year ago. And he's not gonna be. What we can realistically say is we can say that he's a great wide receiver 2 still. Egbuka wide receiver 3, incredible. The depth beyond this, we have Pearsall injured, we have Wandale, we have Ridley, we have Jalen Coker. So again, with this depth, I would just say that we probably want to go ahead and we probably want to optimize for the highest ceiling with how strong our wide receiver room is at the top. So I would consider, obviously, if Jalen Coker's on your IR, you're not able to cut him. But I would cut Jalen Coker plan A for Travis Hunter. If you can't cut Jalen Coker for Travis Hunter, I would cut Calvin Ridley for Travis Hunter. As both Calvin Ridley and Travis Hunter have been absolutely garbage so far this season. But at least you have an excuse for Hunter that it's been his first 4 games of his NFL career. Then going over and looking at running back, we have Walker, QJ, and Hendo. We have Ja'Cory Cross-Kamara to some upside. I would consider, obviously, if Aaron Jones is on your IR, you're not able to cut him for Rachaad White. That would be plan A. Plan B, I would consider cutting Ja'Cory Cross-Kamara for Rachaad White if Bucky Irving's officially ruled out. Because, again, if Bucky Irving misses this week, I'm going to have Rachaad White ranked as a high-end RB2. And he would be somebody that we realistically would want to throw in the flex spot with London on bye. So this is an incredible team. I don't think you need to worry too much. I think it's going to be much better going into the future, and you're already number 1 in this league in points scored. It's a 2 receiver, 1 flex format. We have the elite QB. We have the elite tight end. I would just optimize the bottom end of the bench with the upside plays. So I'd want to pick up Travis Hunter, and I'd want to pick up Rachaad White with the Bucky Irving injury. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. I'm going to go ahead and send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with. Okay. But our next one's going to be from Pandog, but it does look like we had 800 likes on the stream, so we need to go ahead and we need to send out some free questions here. Again, I want to reiterate, if y'all want to get free questions to qualify for them by winning them in the live chat, all you got to do is drop a like on this live stream and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. Also, if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions, you can do so by taking advantage of the new offer on Underdog Fantasy, where Underdog Fantasy is offering the best new user promo that they've ever done since at least the past 5 years I've been with them. This is new users play $5, get $100 added into their account. And on top of that, you're going to get free questions that you can ask in the live streams. I'm going to be live streaming every single day until Christmas to make sure I'm here to answer your question when you need it. And also on top of that, you'll be getting a free pick for Thursday's night's game, something like Mac Jones, higher, lower, half a total yard. The link's in the description, the link's in the comment section. Okay. But let's send this free question out to Dragonfly. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. And yeah, thank you again. Let me see if I can find you on the site. Dragonfly just found you and just sent you over a free start set question. Thank you for hanging out with us. Also, I will say quickly that if you're a paid member of the site, please make sure you're filling out the Google form. Let me go ahead and show you how to do this real quick. Just go to the post section on the site. And if you go to the post section, ooh, that's the draft section. Go to the post section, fill out the free merch giveaway. I ordered 2,500 hats to ship out to y'all for free. The fiance is not going to be very happy with me if we have boxes of hats staying in our house for years. So please, these hats need a home. If you're a paid member of the site, just fill out this Google form. Let me know what hat you want. Let me know where to ship it to, and we'll get that covered for you. Okay. Now, let's do this next one. This is Pandog. Says, hey, Mason, hope you're doing well. I made several trades throughout the weeks to get the best possible team, which I now have based on the power rankings. Somehow I'm 0-4 after this week. What should I do with the team? Or did I just get unlucky, and should I hold on to my current players? Appreciate it. Appreciate you, my friend. And I'll be excited to check this out. So you are 0-4, right? A couple of things with this. 0-4 team. We need to be optimized for points in the starting lineup right now, not long-term value. We are second to last in points scored as well. So it's not like we are in a spot in which it's not like you're in a spot in which we can say like, oh yeah, Trevion Henderson, I'm really excited about the upside in the second half of the season. Because you can come back from 0-4, to be completely honest. But what you can't come back from is 0-6. So you drop the next few weeks, rest in peace. It's over for you. So you need to look at assets like that. Trevion Henderson. Mike Evans is another example with Mike Evans being injured. And you need to go through and you need to trade these assets to teams that are currently winning and that can afford to think about long-term upside where we just simply can't. So going through and looking at what we have here, quarterback Caleb Dak to play the matchups with. Is this the most exciting quarterback room in the world? No, for sure not. Is this the worst quarterback room in the world? No, for sure not. Now, going over and looking at what we have at running back, McCaffrey, RB1. Obviously, this puts us in a really good spot. Looking at what we have when it comes to the depth, Trevion Henderson, long-term upside piece. Woody Marks, probably more of a long-term upside piece than a short-term asset, at least in my opinion. Wide receiver, we have JSN and Devontae Adams that we're excited to start right now. Then we have Mike Evans injured for the long-term value. So here's my thing that's stupid simple. You need to sell Mike Evans and Trevion Henderson for the best running back you can possibly get. Beyond that, in terms of waiver wire pickups, there are a couple things that I'd honestly easily do. I would cut Ollie Gordon in favor of Michael Carter. It looks like Michael Carter has a real shot to be the starting running back in Arizona with the Trey Benson injury. And then I would also consider cutting Blake Corum for Kenneth Walker, because if Kyron Williams were to go down, while we think that Blake Corum has upside, we don't exactly know what that would look like. We just saw, and we are just confirmed, if Jalen Warren goes down, Kenneth Gainwell looks like he is pretty much a must-start running back. So waiver wire wise, cut Gordon, cut Corum, pick up Michael Carter and Gainwell. And then trade wise, on an 0-4 team, you have no option other than going through selling Mike Evans and Trevion Henderson to get the best running back you possibly can. But I really appreciate you. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Now let's move this over to our next question here. This question's coming out from just Josh Hatt. Says, hey Mason, last Wednesday I accepted a trade for Kenneth Walker by giving up Pickens and Pollard, thinking Pollard was a sell high because of the Spears coming back, and Pickens also a sell high because Lamb coming back soon. My guy, last week we had Pickens on the buy low video. I agree with the Pollard sell high. My league, I've been trying to sell him and it's just impossible. Nobody wants him. That trade was before the neighbor's injury. I am 1-3. What should we look to do? All right. Dear God. We are Mad Hatters. We are second to last in this league in value. We are 1-3, and we are second to last in this league when it comes to points scored. Good news, bad news type situation. Good news that you could possibly say. I don't know if this is good. I don't know if this is bad. Depends on how you view it. Depth doesn't matter at all in this league. The only thing that matters will be the studs at the top. A player like Jerry Jeudy's on the waiver wire for you, right? Depth is super easy to come by. It's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Now, looking at what we have at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Jaden Daniels and Brock Purdy. Thank God Jaden Daniels coming back this week to try to help save this team. Going over and looking at what we have at running back, we have Kenneth Walker and Chuba Hubbard. So we have 2 running backs that realistically we can start. We have Woody Marks as an RB3, definitely more exciting in a 12-team format in comparison to a 10-teamer. And we have Sharp as the premium handcuff if anything were to happen to Kenneth Walker. Going over to receiver, it's a disaster. We have Brian Thomas, Olave, Waddle, and then like Ricky Pearsall injured. Tight end, we have George Kittle and Hunter Henry. So Hunter Henry is obviously viable. Here, 1 second. I'm sorry. I know that a lot of people were, I'm texting with the editor right now. I know a lot of people we're talking about the tier list stuff because obviously we switched to using the site for tier list. Y'all said y'all didn't like it, but it's a lot easier for us to do it that way. And I don't think it's much worse. Okay. So here's where I'm sitting at with this team. Since you have Hunter Henry and George Kittle's not playing this week, like I know Kittle's eligible to return next week, which is why this is a super tough spot for me to tell you this. But I would consider selling George Kittle. I would consider packaging together George Kittle with Brian Thomas, George Kittle with Chris Olave to get the best wide receiver that we possibly could. Like if we go through and we look at some of these teams that need help at tight ends, it's a 10-team format. So there will be teams, even with all these injuries, that are very strong at the wide receiver position or very strong at running back, right? We look at this team, the wide receiver, they're kind of crap. But running back, they have James Cook, Ashton Genty, Derrick Henry, Bucky Irving, Travis Etienne. Travis Etienne's our RB5, right? So like you could go through and try sending like George Kittle and Chuba Hubbard and see if we can get up to Ashton Genty. And then you just start Hunter Henry going into the future. Going over and looking at this team, they have Kelsey at tight ends. Wide receiver, they have JSN. Like if we could go, or they have London as well. If you can go like Kittle, Brian Thomas, I'd offer it to JSN, see what they say. Kittle, Chris Olave, see if we can get to Drake London. Kittle, Chuba Hubbard, see if we can get to Barkley Jacobs. And then in any of these deals, I would be very happy to include Trey Benson. Benson could still very easily come back for the fantasy football playoffs, but we shouldn't be thinking about the playoffs. We should be thinking about how to get there. Then looking at what we have with this Dallas Goedert team, they have Amon-Ra St. Brown and CMC. That's going to be pretty much impossible to get to. And I don't want to make the deal for Worthy. I don't want to make the deal for Godwin. That's not really separating a tier for us. This team is Jefferson, Jonathan Taylor. That's going to be impossible for us to get to. And Kyle Pitts has been producing. This team has Jake Ferg. Really, it's only those bottom teams. But yeah, what I would look to do in your instance is I would try my very best to see if you could package together the combo of George Kittle and one of our wide receivers for an improvement at receiver. See if we can patch together George Kittle and Chuba Hubbard to get a better running back too. Rely on Hunter Henry for the long term. And then again, just try to optimize our team to get points in the starting lineup right now. It's brutal because, again, I don't want to tell you to sell George Kittle 2 weeks before he comes back, because realistically, he could be a lot more valuable just 2 weeks from now. But if you are sitting here at 1-3, 2 weeks from now, you're 1-5. If you're 1-5, like, it doesn't matter. I'd rather be 3-3 and lose a little bit of long-term value than 1-5 and have all the long-term value. But I really appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you, my friend. Okay. Now let's see. It looks like I think we hit our next like goal. We hit 900 likes on the stream. So let's send out some more free questions in the chat. So again, all you got to do to get those free questions will be drop a like on this live stream and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And I will remind you as well that if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions to these streams, you could do so by taking advantage of the offer on Underdog Fantasy. The offer on Underdog Fantasy is about 5 days old. It's been the best offer that I've ever seen them do. And it's not even really, it's been the best offer I've ever seen any of these fantasy sites do. This is, you play $5 with code FLOCK. You get $100 added into your account. You get a free pick for tomorrow night's game as well. And you get free questions that you can send in to these live streams. The link's in the description. The link's in the live chat as well. But let me go ahead and see if I can find somebody in the chat to give some free questions to. Let's see if we can find this free question for Steve Speed. Okay. Steve Speed. Just found you. Just sent you over a free start set question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. Okay. Let's move this over to our next question. This is from Brees is Right. Says, looking to improve. Any advice is appreciated. It's a super flex league. 4-point passing touchdown format. We have Hurts and Baker. We traded Wilson for Ladd after week 2. Was trying to buy low, but killing myself now. Appreciate you. Look forward to the review. I really appreciate you, my friend. We are currently second in the league analyzer in terms of value, but it's operating as if it's a one quarterback format. So here, 1 second. Sorry. So realistically, if it was pulling in the correct quarterback values, we'd probably be the number 1 team in this league in terms of value, because we would obviously jump the team above us that has garbage QBs. But anyway, looking at what we have at quarterback, we have the combo of Jalen Hurts, Baker Mayfield, QB1, QB2. Feel really good about it. There's not much to discuss with this either. I mean, we have the bye week fill-in, the injury fill-in of Tua. So really excited about what we have at quarterback. Going over looking at what we have at running back, this is going to be the weakness of this team, right? It's a league in which you're really only starting a combined 5 running backs weekly. But, I'm sorry, not 5 running backs, 5 running back wide receivers weekly. We're starting like Puka, Sutton, and then Ladd in a flex. We have Chuba, and then either Chase Brown or Woody Marks there at running back. And then I guess maybe Rachaad White turns out to actually help us here dramatically. Looking at what we have with the elite tight end of Tyler Warren, you love to see it. So realistically, the issue that we have with this team is going to be running back, right? If we're looking at what we have with the ability to improve our running back room, here are our options. We sell a depth wide receiver to get a better RB in a 2-for-1 deal. Ricky Pearsall's injured. How could we possibly sell Ladd in that instance? Nobody's buying Ladd in the first place. Sutton would be who you have to sell. And how could you possibly sell Sutton and like Woody Marks to go get a better running back? And then we have Ladd McConkey wide receiver 2 and an injured Ricky Pearsall wide receiver 3. Like, I don't necessarily think that you can do that. You could sell the elite tight ends with a running back to go get a better RB. But realistically speaking, I don't know why we would want to do so. Looking at the context of this being a spot in which we have some high upside running backs backfilling on waivers. So there's an interesting outcome here in which Rachaad White turns into a league winner because of the Bucky Irving injury. That Woody Marks turns into a league winner. Like, there are enough outs for our running back situation to solve itself that I don't think you need to force a trade, and I don't think you need to get rid of your advantage of having the elite tight end. So if I were looking to do something here, I think you ride this out. I don't see a path other than just continuing to turn the waiver wire at running back, which you're already doing. If Jaden Reed's on your bench and not your actual roster, I'd probably cut Jaden Reed in favor of Josh Downs. But outside of that, I think you leave this as is. I wish I had more for you, but I think you have a great team here. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way, even though I know I wasn't, because again, you have a team that I don't really want to make any adjustments with. Manuel, yes, the new video title, I thought it was pretty good. To come up with it while we were streaming here, not bad. Now, Camp Purcell. This is a 12-team start 8 full PPR format, so the depth here is going to matter a decent amount. We are neighborhood watch, so I'm assuming we no longer have Malik Neighbors. And we are still 4th in this league in value, which is really surprising. We're 2nd in this league in total points scored. We are 4-4 playing against the league median. So honestly, we're an unlucky 4-4 considering how many points that we've managed to score. Now, looking at what we have when it comes to quarterback, we have the combo of Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams, and we're getting Jaden Daniels back in this week. So I think you can be really excited about what we have at QB. Looking at running back, we have the combination of Kenneth Walker, Tony Pollard. We just picked up Dermicado off the waiver wire, who hopefully can come in and can hopefully kind of save the situation here at the running back position. It's a league in which you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, so the depth here is going to matter a decent amount at receiver. We have Nico, Rome, Pickens, Matthew Golden, Josh Downs. I think based off the Calvin Ridley injury and based off seeing how they have played so far this season, for me, I would probably see if we could go through and, to be honest, I would consider cutting Josh Downs for Alec Eomanor. And here's the thing. If this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I would really like where you're at. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I would look at this and go, well, you know what? I mean, ultimately, you're in a spot in which you have like Nico, Rome, Pickens at wide receiver in the flex. A running back 2, yes, is going to be a little bit weak, but it's not the end of the world, right? We're going to be dominating at tight end. We're going to be dominating at quarterback, and we'll just have to be scrappy, and we'll just have to hope to hit on a running back off waivers. But there's a big but with this. You have to start 2 flexes, or this is a 3 wide receiver, 1 flex mandatory league. It's a start 8 format. So like we submit a starting lineup this week as an example with Rome on bye. You're starting Nico Collins, George Pickens at wide receiver, Kenneth Walker, Tony Pollard at running back, and then like Matthew Golden and Dermicado, Alec Eomanor, or Josh Downs in the other flex. And actually can't go Matthew Golden. You have to start 2 of those 3 players. Matthew Golden's on bye as well. So the depth here is incredibly important. So outside of that waiver wire pivot, there actually is something else that I would consider doing with your team. I would actually consider, not something you have to do, but trading Tyler Warren. Let's go ahead and let's see if you have any interesting tight ends on waivers whatsoever. You have like Loveland, Evan Ingram, so not the best waiver wire at tight end, but if you could find somebody in your league that has a tremendous amount of depth, they didn't lose somebody like Malik Neighbors. Like this team has Tucker Kraft. If you could send like Tyler Warren for Tucker Kraft and Jacoby Myers in a format like yours, it may actually make a lot of sense with a team like yours. This team is Kittle and Ferg. So obviously I'd be surprised if they're willing to try to up tier to Tyler Warren. This team doesn't really have much depth either. That's the thing. You got to find the team with depth. This team has dealing with, the thing is so many people are dealing with injuries. This team has 4 startable RBs. If you wanted to try to send them like Tyler Warren and get back Javonte Williams, Britton Strange, or obviously I prefer Kyron and Britton Strange. You could look at doing that, but you're one of the very rare instances where I do think it would actually suit you well to see if you could down tier from Tyler Warren to pick up an additional starter, whether that's at running back or wide receiver. We'd kind of be fine with either. Obviously, we'd prefer running back to get a little more flexibility and not be as desperate there. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. But I'm going to pivot back over and get to some of the faster questions real quick. And yeah, so let's get over to these start, sit, and trade questions. I want to remind y'all, if you have taken advantage of that Underdog offer, yesterday, like anytime from like the past 5 days outside of today, like yesterday through 5 days before, if you add your email address, the same email on flockfantasy.com as what you signed up and deposited $10 with code FLOCK on Underdog, those vouchers are in your account now, and you should be able to send in free questions to this stream, or you can save them for another stream, whatever you're wanting. But let's send out some more free questions because we just hit 1,000 likes on this. So if you want to win free questions possibly in the chat, all you got to do is drop a like to qualify, and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the live chat. And yeah, again, of course, if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions, you can always do so by taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you sign up to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you are going to get I was going to say a 50% deposit bonus, but I forgot they improved the offer 10,000 times. I'm just used to saying the old one. Now the offer's way, way better. Instead of getting 50% of your deposit added in, you play $5 and you get $100 added to your account with code FLOCK. You'll get free picks as well. Example, you'll get like a free Matthew Stafford pick or a free Mac Jones pick for tomorrow night's game, higher or lower half a total yard. And on top of that, you'll get free questions that you can ask in these live streams. Underdog Fantasy is available in almost every single state, and you can find that link in the description and the live chat. But let's send this over to James P. the Mod, my guy. You know I appreciate you. Always happy to see you out here. And just found you on the site. And just sent you over a couple free questions. Appreciate you as always, my guy. Okay, so let's dive into this for Manny here. Quarterback, we're looking at Dak versus Bo. I'm going to go Dak. I really do not like the matchup for Bo. Running back, we got a lot of players that we can consider. I'm probably going to lean Genty. Don't love the offensive line injury here. For wide receiver, give me Xavier Worthy over Brian Thomas. And then for the flex, this is where things get tough. So most weeks going into the future, I think the options here between Judkins, Rachaad White, Jordan Mason, it's going to be Judkins. However, Judkins is in a really tough matchup this week. Judkins this week is actually having to go up against the Minnesota Vikings defense. So how I have this is I actually have the best play being Jordan Mason, where you still have no Aaron Jones, so you get the guaranteed 3-down workload. Okay. Now, Nidell coming through with our next question. Says, I'm 3-1, got sent this. I also have JT and Irving for running backs. Mike Evans, the only good receiver, and Daniel Jones is the other QB. So Keenan to Terry, lateral move. Etienne. Mixon's a 0. I'd rather have Diggs. Etienne and Bo Nix to Josh Allen. I'm going to make this move. I would prefer if we could get some more clarity with the Bucky Irving injury. I like the price point a lot of this trade, but if you have Bucky injured, Mike Evans injured, and Terry McLaurin injured, you may be in a world of pain, to be honest. So, yeah, I would really hope that Bucky is playing for your team. But yeah, like I said, Mixon's a 0 in that. Now, Connor, quarterback, between May and Fields, they're both very, very exciting options. I'm going to have to go back and forth with this. I may honestly end up going with Fields just because this is the best matchup you're going to get going up against Dallas. Running back, Kyron versus Jordan Mason. Give me Kyron. For the flex, give me Jordan Mason and Rachaad White if Bucky Irving does not play. If Bucky Irving does play, you pivot to Ladd McConkey. Okay. Now, not Slade trading Hampton, Etienne, A.J. Brown for Kyron, Montgomery, and Jefferson. Hampton to Jefferson, give me Jefferson. A.J. Brown to Kyron, give me Kyron. You're downgrading from Etienne, but upgrading with the 2 better players, so I'd make this deal. Captain James trading Breeze for Jamar. I don't know. I think that they are in a very comparable range now that you have Braylon Allen on the injured reserve. So I think that this is going to be up to you in your exact team, but I think it's a fair trade regardless. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is going to come from Brad Booty. Here at wide receiver. Metcalf's on bye. Evans isn't playing. Oh my. Rice isn't playing. You got to go Keon and Shaheed. Actually, I'd go A.O. Manor over Shaheed. Never mind. And then for the flex, you very easily take Tony Pollard in this instance. Take Tony Pollard over Shaheed. At least you get the guaranteed value. I'm sorry, guaranteed volume. Now, Jake A says, what are your thoughts? Also could do Terry instead of Ladd. I think it's okay. We have Brees, CMC at running back, and that's it. Wide receiver, JSN, Brian Thomas, JMO. I think it's a fine deal, and I think it's up to your personal preference. I would prefer Ladd McConkey over Terry McLaurin with the Terry McLaurin injury. I just don't think we have enough clarity there to say we know what's going to happen. Okay. Now, Jacoby says, believed to be a contender preseason. We lost Burrow and Purdy, but got Dart going. Punt on the season or take this similar to contend. So if you're a rebuilder, you are downgrading from Fannin to Kittle. Clearly, we need to update our dynasty rankings because you'd rather have Daniel Jones over Harvey. The second. Depends what your record is. If you're 1-3, man, you just got to burn it down if you had these injuries. But if you've still managed to have a winning record and your team's set up to be a contender outside of this, it's a very fair price point to go and get Daniel Jones and George Kittle. But again, obviously, Harold Fannin looks like a much better option than George Kittle in Dynasty. Now, K. Bryant trading Harvey and Marr for Garrett Wilson. I think you prefer Garrett Wilson at this point, no? What do you have at running back? Running back, we're okay? Yeah, I think you go get Garrett Wilson. Like, Garrett Wilson has just been an absolute crusher. Okay. Now, Walker Hill with our trade, sitting Jordan Mason, Xavier Worthy, JMO for Derrick Henry and Jalen Waddle. I'd rather have Waddle over JMO. I'd rather have Henry over Worthy and Jordan Mason. So, yes. The Worthy's definitely a sell high candidate considering the addition that Rashee Rice is going to have into this offense in a few weeks and the injury risk that Xavier Worthy poses with him possibly re-injuring that shoulder. MX says 4-0 and want to beef up my roster. Yeah, I think you can go ahead and do this on a 4-0 team. I'd rather have Bijan than HN. I'd rather have Rice over Judkins, and Diggs is almost nothing here. So this is a great trade and a great price on a 4-0 roster. 100% make this. Now, White Nuggets trading Chase Brown for Hendo. I'd rather have Hendo rest of season. I mean, I'm going to tell you to go through and play Chase Brown ahead of him this week because one guy has the volume and the other doesn't. But like, Henderson's in a much better offense. And honestly, I think Henderson's a more talented running back than Chase Brown. It's definitely a hell of a lot better of a prospect. Okay. Let's move this back. So, yeah. Winning team, give me Hendo. Losing team, give me Brown. Now, X Steel Curtain trading JCM DJ Moore for Alvin Kamara. Yes, sir. I'll take Kamara here. Neither JCM or DJ Moore look startable. Left to Rivel trading Marv for Evans and Myers. I have Marv ranked as the best player in this. It's a 10-team league. You don't really need that much depth. I mean, I think you can do it. It's like, I guess Myers versus Marv in the short term is about the same. And we'd rather have Mike Evans over Marv in the long term. So trying to think. Yeah. I think you can do this. My only hesitation is like 10 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. You generally don't want to be selling the best player. Now, Joss with a J, we're starting CMC and Amari Hampton. Wide receiver, we're going to start the combo of Puka Nacua and Brian Thomas. You have an insane team. Tight end, we have Hunter Henry. And then in the flex, we're going to go ahead and we're going to put Kenneth Walker. Great team. Now, Gabagool trading Keenan Allen, George Pickens for Kenneth Walker and Alvin Kamara. Here's the thing. I'd rather have Pickens over Walker. I'd rather have Kamara over Keenan. Just comes down to what your team's sitting at right now. Right now we have Bijan, Jordan Mason, Bucky Irving at running back. Wide receiver, we have Wilson, London, Waddle, Higgins, Jennings. So, don't really need either one. I think it's probably a lateral move. It's up to you. I think you maybe take the running backs because you think you could flip the running backs for more. Now, SJD Man. It's trading Kenneth Walker and Michael Pittman for Trevion Henderson and Rashee Rice. Okay. Walker to Hendo downgrade. Or let's go Walker to Rice, up to you. Pittman versus Hendo. I'd rather have Hendo. So, in terms of what we have with short-term viability, it's going to be Kenneth Walker and Michael Pittman Jr. Long-term options, Trevion Henderson and Rashee Rice here for me easily. Okay. Now, Machine Gun Cuddy says 1 and 3 got offered this. Don't know how to feel about it. We have Brees, Walker at running back, quarterback Dak, 10 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. Can I see what running backs are available on waivers? Bichelle and Algier. So yeah, I mean, you can go through, you can make this deal and you can pick up the upside pieces at RB. Okay. It's Chavez trading JCM Jordan Addison for Travis Etienne. Like, the thing is, 10 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, you're never starting Jordan. Like, you don't really need Addison here. ETN could be a clear upgrade for your flex. So I will go ahead and take ETN in this instance. Saram says, yes, Mason, consider my depth in running back. Would you prefer Genty over Nico maybe, or any other trades? So for me, I have them ranked very similarly. In terms of Nico Collins versus Ashton Genty, for your team specifically, I would definitely prefer Genty over Nico, but regardless, we would make this deal in a heartbeat. Now, with that being said, I don't know if this is still on the table for you because I don't know if this was done before Trey Benson was sent to the IR. So I'm going to send you over a free trade question voucher in case that there's an update with this that you want us to take a look at, or just also any other trade. I'll be happy to look at it for you. Now, Lou Crew trading Scat for Harvey and Olave. I have Cam Scattaboo. Would I make this deal? In my league, I would, because it's a double flex format and I'm 4-0. If you're a winning team and it's a deeper league, yes, you could go ahead and make it. Okay. Now, Rich Pedro says, got White for free, thinking of sitting Chase. If Bucky Irving misses, I would start Rachaad White over Swift and Kamara. Wide receiver, you're going to play Jordan Addison over Jamar Chase? Get real. You're not doing that. I'm going to play Kamara in the flex. You play Jamar Chase. Do not overthink it, my guy. I appreciate you sticking with us for so long, but like just the first week that we had, here real quick. Quentin, the first week you had Jake Browning like playing the majority of the game. Jamar Chase scored 36 points. So here from Schlinky, the big Q versus Jamar Chase. It's Jamar Chase and it's not close. I really hope that I am wrong with this. I will print money if we are wrong with this. But yeah, give me Jamar Chase here. I know Tyler Ward and the big Q have been way better than Bowers and Chase so far this season, but it's a 4-week sample. And we have years of data points here with Chase. So I really hope that I'm wrong, but for the time being, I'm going to stand by. You would rather have Jamar over Quentin Johnston. Frank says he just traded the big Q for Lamb. Great move. Like, I would hate to be on the other side of the big Q bet. You know, I would hate to be the guy that's too low on Quentin Johnston after being quote unquote too high on him for the past year. But still, ire fire, running back. What the hell's going on? We have no Bucky. We have no Benson. We have no Jacobs. You're starting Michael Carter and Justice Hill over Isaiah Davis. But that is disgusting. You better get a big game out of one of the other positions if we're going to win. Okay. Now, Hasten is trading Chase Brown, Egbuka, and Ferg for Derrick Henry, Sharp, and Ladd McConkey. Derrick Henry's the best piece in this deal. What do you have at tight end? Because Jake Ferg's you have Trey McBride. If you have Trey McBride, I am okay with this trade. But realistically, most teams, I think you would rather have the Jake Ferguson side here because Jake Ferguson is the tight end one in fantasy at this moment. Now, that Morris kid, always happy to see you, my friend. So, sent a similar example yesterday, ended up making this deal and keeping Pittman. What are your thoughts? Much love. Much love, my friend. Hampton to Kyron, slight downgrade. Egbuka to Chase, give me Chase. And Kamara to Addison, give me Kamara. I stand by. I think that you are buying Jamar Chase at his cheapest cost ever. So, I really like this. 100%. And let me go ahead and let me send you over a free trade question just in case you want to follow up with anything else here. Now, Cold Ambrosia. Running back, we have no Bijan this week. We have no Benson, so we're going to play Woody Marks over JCM and Hendo. Wide receiver, we're going to play Xavier Worthy. And then in the flex, I think you probably go Chris Godwin. Godwin actually saw 10 targets this past week. He played 80% of the snaps and ran like 38 routes. So with Evans injured, they're using him right away, especially if you have no Bucky Irving in this game. They may have to even lean on him a little bit heavier. Now, Giants Mez trading St. Brown, and don't know what we're getting back, so I'm going to send you over a free trade question. So if you have a trade, I'd be happy to take a look at it for you, my friend. Now, real W cheese. Give me Jordan Mason over Quinshon Judkins this week with a really tough matchup for Judkins. The Browns project to be the lowest scoring offense in the league by far. Then wide receiver, I'm going to go with Brian Thomas over Godwin and Addison. And then in the flex, we'll take Quinshon with the guaranteed opportunities. So play both running backs regardless. Now, Manny with our next one. Quarterback, Daniel Jones over Stafford. Daniel Jones just going to simply run the ball more. Running back, Hampton, JT must start players. Wide receiver, we're going to go Jamar, Xavier Worthy. Tight end, give me Tyler Warren. And then in the flex, we're going to go with the combo of Rashad White and A.J. Brown. Honestly, kind of regardless of if Bucky plays or not, this would be. But obviously, we're going to assume that Bucky's not playing in this instance. Okay. Okay. Let's move to this next one. Aaron says, I have H.N., Bucky, Hampton, and Debo. Tet, Brian Thomas Jr. So you have wide receivers you can start this week. Like, I understand having H.N. maybe wanting the Ollie Gordon handcuff, but realistically, no reason for you to pay for it this way. H.N. goes down. How excited are we about Ollie Gordon and one of the worst offenses in the league? Now, Ungalord trading McBride for Marv and Tyler Warren. 12 team start 8 format, you for sure do this, even if Trey McBride's a tight end 1. Now, B. Wortman trading Judkins, Jordan Mason, Swift for Pacheco and Derrick Henry. Three startable guys for 1 in return. Afterwards, we'd have Gibbs, Derrick Henry, Woody Marks, and honestly, some upside shots at RB. I'm okay with you doing this. But I do think that like the gap for a lot of people between Judkins and Derrick Henry at this point is kind of non-existent. So you're definitely losing value-wise, but you don't need the depth at RB. But I think the value side is going to be on Judkins. Now, Chatty here for the flex. Between Brees and Igbuka, you got to go with the... Actually, Brees is... Igbuka's in such a good spot. But Brees, you have no Braylon Allen, and you have the best matchup you could possibly ask for. I'm actually going to tell you to go Brees. If it wasn't for Braylon Allen being on the IR, if it wasn't for the matchup against Dallas, I would go with Igbuka. But I think you have to take Brees. Now, Jimmy trading Keenan for Scat. Give me Scat easily. Now, Minty freshest. Tight ends, give me Hawk over Waller. And then wide receiver Rashad White under the assumption that Bucky misses. Devonta Smith if Bucky plays. Okay. Let me refresh. Okay, so we'll have more questions to get to, but let me pivot over and let's answer some more team reviews. And of course, I want to remind y'all that every 100 likes we hit on this live stream, we're going to go ahead and send away free questions in the live chat as we always do. So go down there and drop a like on the stream if you have not done so already. Now, Chris is currently 1-3. I know I have 3 quarterbacks rostered right now. Picked up Geno for the last week, but plan on dropping him. The only team I can't trade with currently is hurting for a title because he's in the military and his team is on auto set at the moment. Do you need me to call his commanding officer? Because I can call in a favor or two. If we need to trade with Hurton for a title, we'll call him the commanding officer and get him on the phone. Well, we'll get him to open up his ESPN app real quick. But anyway, super excited to check this out for you, my guy. We are Sun God Squad. We are 8th in the league in terms of value. Maybe not the best. Like you said, we are currently rostering 3 quarterbacks. So here's the thing. I would say realistically speaking, Jackson Dart with the hamstring injury and with no Malik Neighbors, I don't know if you're ever going to be able to start Dart here. So I would go ahead, I would cut Jackson Dart and pick up Tyler Algier, where if you were to get an injury to Bijan Robinson, Algier could turn into an absolute league winner. Looking at running back, we have Achane, we have Hindo for the long-term value. The Benson trade's going to absolutely kill us here. Wide receiver, we have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Egbuka, Devonta Smith, Ladd McConkey, Travis Hunter, like the wide receiver depth. And tight end, we have Kittle and Jawan Johnson. So there are a couple different things that I want to be doing with this. The first one is, like I said, we cut Jackson Dart and we pick up Tyler Algier. The second thing that I would try to do is I would try to find somebody in your league that is excited about the long-term upside of Trevion Henderson. I personally am very excited about that long-term upside. I mean, I myself have gone through and I've tried making deals to get Henderson in the Flock League. I'm 4-0. Like, I can afford to make that pivot. But you, on the other hand, you really can't. Like, realistically speaking, you're 1-3. So you need to be focused in on how do we get points into this lineup right now? So I would love to try to send like Devonta Smith or Ladd McConkey with Trevion Henderson to get an RB upgrade from a team that can afford to think about the long-term upside, where we just simply can't. We have to think about short-term production. And then also, like I said, cut Dart, pick up Tyler Algier. Iceberg won a bag. You know me so well. But I really appreciate you. I'd really hope I was able to help you out in some way, my friend. Let me go ahead and let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you. Now let's move over to our next one. This is from 105 Fan with a massive, massive dono. It says 4-player keeper league, 2-2. Bench doesn't look great, but most points scored in this league. We've also had most points in a loss. Any obvious moves you see, or should I just stay the course first year playing fantasy football? Well, first thing that I want to address is, yes, we are the number 1 team in this league in points scored, and we are near the very top of the league as well in points against. Yet, sprinkle on the fact that the league analyzer has us as the best team in this league as well. So realistically, the long-term value should be there. It's a super flex format. Quarterback, we are starting Justin Herbert and Baker Mayfield. So obviously, I'd be excited with either of these guys as a QB2. As a QB1, maybe not as excited with them. And then obviously, when we have Bryce Young here, he can fill in for the buys. And at the same time, if we get an injury, he will be viable. Now, going over and looking at what we have with our running backs, we have Jonathan Taylor, RB1. We have Travis Etienne, RB2. And then Dobbins as a quality depth piece. But running backs kind of mid. The reason this team has so much value and the reason that this team's in a really good spot is just simply what we have at wide receiver. Where we're currently sitting with the number one wide receiver in fantasy, arguably the number one asset in fantasy with Puka Nacua. It's either him or CMC. Then Igbuka, wide receiver 2, extremely strong. Waddle, wide receiver 3, really strong. And then we have Keenan and Terry McLaurin. So you have plenty of wide receiver depth under the assumption that we're really only ever starting like 2 wide receivers in a flex in this league. It's a start 8 super flex format. So what I would really like to do if possible is I would like to try to send a wide receiver with Travis Etienne to get an upgrade at RB2. Like something like Travis Etienne and Keenan Allen to try to get to Breece Hall, I think would make a ton of sense considering you are looking at now the injury to Braylon Allen. Then beyond that, like if you wanted to go absolute nuclear type deal where we try to like really shake the league up, like if Terry McLaurin comes back and he is healthy and we just have so many wide receivers and Waddle looks like a startable wide receiver too, with no Tyreek Hill, and long-term Godwin and Evans are both going to be fully healthy at one point this year. You could, in a super flex league, try to send Igbuka and like Justin Herbert or Igbuka and Baker Mayfield in a 2-for-1 deal and go get to a true like elite level quarterback. That could be in the cards for you. Obviously, that's a lot shakier and we would need to feel very comfortable with our wide receiver depth. And a big thing with that is we would just simply need to make sure that like Terry McLaurin's healthy, Terry McLaurin's going to play. Looking at anything else that we have, I don't necessarily think that there is anything. I think outside of that, you really just stay the course. Like I said, you're number one in this league in points scored. The league analyzer has you number one in terms of future value. You've just kind of gotten unlucky with some of your matchups. I'm going to send you a ton of free questions over to your account. That way you can ask me a free question whenever you want. I'd be super happy to revisit anything that you need help with. But again, thank you so much for supporting the channel and was really excited to look at your team. Now let's move over to our next team. And this one's going to be from Cole Kelly, but this is a screenshot. So we're going to save this. We're going to do the screenshot ones in a second. Here's what I should do. I should text the lady and see if she'll fill up my waters for me. But anyway, redemption here says 1-3, just lost neighbors. Traded Garrett Wilson and Chase Brown for Tet and Kamara a few days ago. I've been telling my league mates I'm shopping everyone besides Amarian, but people are taxing or stingy when it comes to trades. Love the work, Mason. Bishop Sycamore needs coaching from the team of Destiny. Really appreciate you and really excited to check this out, my friend. We have an elite team name, but we are near the bottom of this league with actual roster value. It's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So the depth isn't really important. Really, the only thing that matters is upside, 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 and the studs at the top. Starting off at quarterback, not great in a 10-team league to have Daniel Jones and Dak Prescott. You are effectively just going to be playing the matchups between these two guys going into the future. Looking at what we have when it comes to running back, we are sitting with Amari Hampton, Alvin Kamara, Jordan Mason, Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt. So RB is okay now that Amari Hampton's broken out. I'm assuming this team has a bad record. Yeah, we're 1-3. Just because Amari Hampton was so bad at the beginning of the season, right? But like running backs, okay. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, Tet, Godwin's coming back. We have Devonta Smith. We have Tyler Warren and Jawan Jennings. Couple different things I will mention. I think Elliot Aomanor has a much higher floor, and he's going to be higher in my weekly rankings than Travis Hunter this week. But realistically speaking, with your league settings, you're not really going to be starting Alec Eomanor ever with excitement in a league in which you only start 2 receivers in a flex. Specifically in a 10-team format especially. So when we're just truly hunting ceiling here, I would cut Alec Eomanor and I'd pick up Travis Hunter. Then looking at what we have when it comes to waiver wire pivots at running back, I think Byshell Tuten would be very interesting as a pickup in dropping Kyle Monangai. And then in terms of trades, one thing that you may want to consider is even if we were going to have a downgrade in the long term on a 1-3 roster where we really want to avoid falling to 1-4, where we really want to avoid falling to like 1-5 or even 2-5, like you need to start winning games right this second. I would consider, and I repeat, just consider, because you're going to lose value in the long run if you do this, pivoting from CeeDee Lamb to a wide receiver like Nico Collins. To a wide receiver like Drake London. I know London has his bye week this week, but CeeDee Lamb's going to have to go through his bye week this season too, right? So ultimately with London, you're still getting more games played than you would with Lamb. So I think that would be the trade that you'd look to make. I don't know if your team can afford to upgrade quarterback, even though I would like to. I think what you would realistically need to do is just pivot from Lamb to a wide receiver that's playing and then make those 2 waiver wire swaps. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. And God, this dog is so funny. Can I show y'all this dog? Come over here on the side. Come on. Wrong side, girl. Okay, well, she's just going to lay down. But she thought something was outside. So her first gut reaction is bark, bark, barks, try to scare it away. And then she's laying in the living room with the fiance, but she thinks that she's a 100-pound dog. So you would think that she would think that she's my protector. But when she gets scared, she runs to the office door and starts scratching at it, trying to get in here so she can lay under my desk. She's hilarious. But yeah, I think you make the waiver wire pivots and then just try to sell CeeDee Lamb. But I really appreciate you. I'm going to send you over some free questions. And I think that we hit 1,100 likes on the stream. So let's go ahead and let's send some free questions to people in the chat. So again, all you got to do to win those free questions or to qualify to win them will be drop a like on the live stream and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And we'll go ahead, pick somebody and send them over a free queue. But I will remind you as well, if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions for these live streams, you can do so by taking advantage of the newest offer on Underdog Fantasy. This is the best offer that Underdog Fantasy has really ever had, at least definitely over the past 5 years I've been with them. And that is you play $5 and get $100 if you use code FLOCK when you set up your account. On top of that, you'll get free picks. You'll get a free pick, such as Mac Jones, higher lower half a total yard for tomorrow night's game, or Matthew Stafford, higher lower half a total yard for tomorrow night's game. And on top of that, you'll get guaranteed free questions for these live streams on the site. So just make sure you take advantage of that. Links in the description and the live chat. But let me send over a free question to Big Woolies OBC. See if I can find you on the site, my friend. Appreciate you hanging out with us in the stream. Just found you. And just sent you over a free start set question. Again, thank you so much for hanging out with us in this live stream. Okay. Now, let's move this over and check out this team for Kaylee says, who should we try to trade to help my running back situation? Also, possibly need a solution for Chase/Lad. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's look at this. So here's the thing realistically, my friend. If you try to sell Ja'Marr Chase, you are going to be selling Ja'Marr Chase at the cheapest cost that he has ever been. So to be honest with you, I don't know if I love the idea of selling Ja'Marr. I mean, same thing. Who the hell's buying Ladd McConkey? So I think you may just have to ride it out with these guys and rewrite what our expectations are. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm going to assume that your team is very bad. And the reason for this is you're dead last in the league analyzer. We're 2-2, but our value is in the gutter. And let me address something real quick. I know that the questions, I know that y'all can't send in questions on the site right now if you don't have a free question voucher. We are 2 backed up, so the questions have been off for the past couple days. If you have a free voucher by using the Underdog offer, if you have a free voucher that you win in the live stream, for free voucher by getting the season pass, free voucher by being an annual mother flocker, you should be able to send in a question on the site for a live stream. But we are not selling questions at the moment just because we are too far backed up. Okay. But looking at our team, the league analyzer looks correct. We do not have a great squad. Gordon, I will answer your start sit question in order, my friend. There are a lot of people here waiting for question answers. I'm going as fast as I can. We'll get to yours in the order that it was asked. But this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Our starting lineup this week, you have Tony Pollard at running back with Rico Dowdle. Wide receiver, you have Ja'Marr and Ladd McConkey. For the flex, you have probably Darius Slayton. And then you have Trey McBride at tight end. So here's the thing, my guy. You need to do a complete overhaul with this team. This team's bad. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Generally, I really like building around the elite level tight ends. But if our running back 1 is Jalen Warren and our running back 2 is Tony Pollard, the elite tight end is a luxury that we cannot afford. So I would go ahead. I would try to sell Trey McBride. I would try to go and send Trey McBride for somebody like Amari Hampton. Go get a running back that will actually be excited to put into our starting lineup. Then to follow up with that, I would cut Darren Waller. Not that like, oh, we won't need a tight end after we sell Trey McBride for a running back. You will need a tight end after you sell Trey McBride for a running back. But you just pick up Kyle Pitts off the waiver wire. And because Kyle Pitts is on waivers, it's going to make selling Trey McBride very easy. Because then you'll just have Kyle Pitts and Dallas Goedert to go into the future with, which we're completely fine with. So sell McBride for the best running back that you can get. Cut Darren Waller. Pick up Kyle Pitts off waivers. And then from there, if Chuba Hubbard is ruled that he's good to go and he's going to play this week, I would cut Rico Dowdle for Blake Corum. But I don't think the solution of fixing this team is trying to sell low on Ja'Marr Chase, sell low on Ladd McConkey. Like, obviously, you can look at the rankings. If you can pivot to a wide receiver that we have ranked higher than these guys, then sure, by all means, do it. I'm not going to stop you. But I think that's going to be much easier said than done, my friend. And I think that the actual solution to this will probably be selling the tight end for a running back and then kind of picking up tight end off waivers, because easier to hit on a waiver wire tight end than it will be a waiver wire running back, especially looking at your league. But let me go ahead and let me try. Let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you, my friend. Okay. Now let's move this over to some of the quicker questions. These are going to be the start sit, and these are going to be the trade questions that we need to answer. Okay. Now this first question is going to be coming out from Oscar. Quarterback between Goff and Fields. You go Fields. Both have great matchups, but Fields is going to run. Pickens must start name with no Lamb. We're going to go Chase in the other spot. And then the last one, we're going to go Cortland Sutton. But yes, I stand by. I think you need to be starting Jamar Chase over Quentin Johnston. Now, JB says Addison or Devonta Smith in the flex. And then question marks with Bucky's buy suck. Well, you got Rashad White play a Bucky Irving isn't good to go. And then I would go ahead. I would play Devonta Smith over Addison, but they are relatively close. Spread on the Eagles game, I think it's only like 3.5 points though. Now 15 Micon Roy. We're trading Kenneth Walker, J.K. Dobbins for Rice, DJ Moore, and JCM. I have Walker and Rice ranked back-to-back. I have Dobbins and DJ Moore ranked back-to-back, and you're getting Ja'Cory Cross-Kamara for free. So if you're a team with a winning record, you can go ahead and you can get the Rashee Rice side of this and wait for the long term. Let me address this real quick. Tyler says, wait, he gives free question vouchers to all the team reviews. So if somebody pays for a team review a la carte, yes, we send them free question vouchers. If somebody submits a free team review, that means they got that free team review voucher from becoming an annual mother flocker on the site. So I don't send them free question vouchers then because they already get free question vouchers whenever they signed up as an annual mother flocker. So if you see somebody that submits if you see somebody that submits a free team review, they already have free question vouchers. But if somebody buys a team review, they didn't get free team review vouchers that way, so we go ahead and send them. Because regardless, anybody that has a team review, I want them to also have free vouchers if they want to follow up with anything that we talk about. Ethan, you do not get free vouchers with the trial. JC says, if I become an annual mother flocker, can I submit a team review? Yes, if you use code FLOCK, you can but code FLOCK will be the way that you get the free vouchers to submit stuff to me. But obviously all that stuff is listed out on the site. Like if you go to become an annual mother flocker and use code FLOCK, it'll specifically say like get a free team review from Mason. Now Jaden with our next one, wide receiver, AJ Brown versus Xavier Worthy. Give me Xavier Worthy until Rashee Rice comes back. Jay Stark, running back. Woody Marks, Chase Brown for me. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Marvin Harrison. Tight ends, give me TJ Hawkinson. And then for the flex spots, we're going to go with Xavier Worthy. And this is where it gets tough. I guess Trevion Henderson, and send up a prayer that at some point, some way, oh my gosh, some point, some way, Ramondre Stevenson sits his little butt down on the bench. Now, Jeff trading Derrick Henry, Javonte, Michael Pittman Jr. for Cam Scatterbo, Chase Brown, and Egbuka. Derrick Henry to Egbuka, downgrade. Javonte to Scat, downgrade. Michael Pittman Jr. to Chase Brown, upgrade. Here's my thing. Eventually, the Ravens' offense is going to be good again. And eventually, Mike Evans and Chris Godwin are going to be fully healthy. So if this was my team, I'm going to go with the Derrick Henry side, especially with the Miles Sanders injury. Javonte looks like he's just going to crush. Now, Isaac Dutcher for the flex. No Rice, no Pearsall, no Lamb. It's really Travis Hunter or Trevion Henderson or Dermicado. You can go Dermicado, to be honest. I do think that Michael Carter Jr. probably has the early down work. Dermicado has the third down work. But you could be wrong. He could just straight up take it all. We'll see. Now, GOUYC for the flex spots. No Pearsall, no Ayuk, no Rice, no Braylon Allen. I'll take Michael Carter. And then our last one. Do you go Kendrick Bourne with everybody out in San Fran? You may have to. You may not have another option. Now, Hudson trading Hubbard and Pickens for CD Lamb. 10 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. If you have a winning record, yes, I think you can go ahead and I think you can make this move. Losing record, it'd be tougher. Now, Garbanzo for the flex, we're looking at no Rome, no Lamb, no London, no Golden. So it's no Gainwell. So it's Troy Franklin or Jalen Tolbert. I think you can go Tolbert here because you also have Turpin injured at the moment, where it looks like it may just be Jalen Tolbert and George Pickens. Now, our next option is going to be from Walsh. Running back, go Etienne, Hubbard. Dobbins, horrible matchup. Wide receiver, we're going to go with A.J. Brown and Marv. And then for the flex, we're going to go with Jalen Waddle in a full PPR format. Now you have no Tua. Bobby Baloney trading Jordan Mason, Waddle, and DJ Moore for Drake London. 10-team league. We have plenty of production, so yes, sir, you can definitely afford to make this deal. Let's go get London. JMO for the flex. No Evans, no Rome. Oh, yeah, you got to play either Jordan Mason or Rachaad White. I would probably just play it safe, go Jordan Mason. But obviously, if Bucky Irving's out, Rachaad White is very good looking as well in that instance. Now, Trust Lock, always happy to see you. Trading Barkley and White for Walker, Mason, and Pickens. Mason and Rachaad White may be very close together at this point. I think I need to move Mason down our rest of season rankings because he has the bye in week 6. I think Aaron Jones is eligible to come back in week 8. So, like, as we really sit here and think about this, I don't know if there's like a big difference between Jordan Mason and Rachaad White, or maybe we need to move Rachaad White up. I'm going to move them in the same tier regardless. Barkley versus Walker and Pickens. It's a league in which depth matters a lot. And we're dealing with the Mike Evans injury, and we're dealing with the fact that T. Higgins is unusable. So I am okay if you want to make this deal. If you wanted to sell Barkley for Walker, Mason, Pickens, I think you could do it. My hesitation with it is if Bucky Irving misses, Rachaad White is a locked and loaded RB starter. Now, Jay Papa trading Judkins, Adams, Pittman for JSN and Kyron. It's JSN and Kyron. It's not close for me. Hertz Glazer trading Pollard for Waddle. I would trade Pollard for Waddle. I mean, I have Pollard at the moment. I'll do this. Now, Rishi says 14-team league, double flexes. So depth here is going to be incredibly important. We're 2-2. We have CMC at RB1, Puka at wide receiver 2. Is it worth the risk on A.J. Brown? So how I have it right now is you're downgrading from McBuka to A.J. Brown and upgrading from Brees to CD Lamb. My hesitation with this is the Braylon Allen injury is going to make it where Brees Hall is absolutely dominating. And again, if you were to look at I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to think. Leftover running back, you'd have Charbonnet at RB2. If you were 4-0, sure, do it. But on a 2-2 team with this kind of depth requirements, I'd be very worried that that trade would make us fall to 2-4. If you're 4-0, you could afford to fall to 4-2. But here, I think you got to hold on to what you got. Tough spot, though, because obviously CeeDee Lamb is phenomenal. Now, Hunter with our next start sit. Start Justin Fields over Kyler this week easily. Kelsey, Goddard's going to be tough. I kind of played the fifth here, but Goddard's banged up at the moment. And then wide receiver, I think you can go Tet over A.J. Brown until he proves otherwise. Now, Shil Patel, quarterback. We're starting Matthew Stafford. And then our best option on the bench right now is Chuba Hubbard. I'd play Hubbard over Dobbins, assuming Hubbard's good to go. Because you do have a really tough matchup for J.K. Dobbins this week. Like, in general, sportsbooks are actually really low on that Denver Broncos offense this week. Okay. Now, Rat Pack. Quarterback, Lamar's not going to play. You got to go Fields. But Fields is a really good option against Dallas. Okay. Looking at what we have for the flex, we're going to go Zay Flowers and Marv even without Lamar Jackson. But obviously you could make an argument that the Detroit Lions offense projects to score 11 more points than Baltimore this week. And J-Mo's in a great matchup. But, I mean, again, J-Mo's just been absolutely nothing. Marsh Stomper says, I think I sold AJ for 2 high. Thanks for this is a great price point, my friend. I would say in a league that requires depth, maybe we don't love it, but 10 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Depth simply doesn't matter here. So with that context, yeah, give me JSN. Owen here for the flex spots. I think realistically, you're going to have to play Troy Franklin and Kendrick Bourne. If Ridley ends up playing, you can pivot from Franklin to Ridley if you want. But Ridley's already been horrendous, and now that he's injured as well, I want nothing to do with it. Okay. Now, Pico 96. For the flex, no London, no Pearsall, so it's like T. Higgins or Michael Carter or DeMercado. I'd play T. Higgins here and see what happens with the Arizona backs. You should have a pretty big bounce back spot for the Bengals offense this week. Now, Marcus Freeman trading Rome and Devonta Smith for Achane. We could use some help at running back. Wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Brian Thomas, Pearsall, Ridley. So, like, I would love this trade for the majority of teams. My holdup with it for your team is we have the Pearsall injury, the Ridley injury, and at the same time, depth actually matters in your league specifically. So it's maybe a little bit tougher for me, but I completely understand wanting to make this play. Yonder trading Etienne and Marv for Drake London. Hampton, Achane at running back. Hendo for the upside. Yeah, you can make this deal. 10 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Go get the best player. Okay. Let's refresh this now. Luigi. Here will be our next question. And yeah, the thing is, since we have it now set up where we can send out the people who use code FLOCK on Underdog those free questions, we are going to have a lot of free start sitting trade questions to be looking at. You can see how many got sent in 3 hours ago. Let me see how many questions that we have that we need to still get through on the site. Just so I can mentally prepare myself for how long we're going to be streaming today, because we've already been live for almost 3 hours. I will remind y'all, if you want to get guaranteed free questions, well, one, if you want to win free questions in the chat, just drop a like on the stream. And two, if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions, you can tell the vast majority of the questions that we answer in these live streams every single night are free. You can do so by taking advantage of the offer that is on Underdog Fantasy, where if you sign up to Underdog Fantasy with code FLOCK, after you play your first $5, you are going to get $100 added into your account. And on top of that, you'll get a free pick for the Thursday night game. That'll be like higher, lower, half a total yard for the Mac Jones, higher, lower, half a total yard for whatever, Matthew Stafford, whoever's playing in that instance, right? And you'll get free questions that you can ask in the live streams that we're doing every single day on this channel. I'm going to be streaming every single day answering fantasy football questions until Christmas. So you can find that link in the description, and you can find that link in the live chat. Now, Luigi will be our next one, who's trading Ollie Gordon, Hindo, Hollywood, Keenan for Cam Ward, Justice Hill, Alec Aomanor in a Superflex Dynasty League. In a Superflex Dynasty League, this is Hindo versus Cam Ward. Give me Hindo. Aomanor versus the other names. Give me Aomanor. So it's honestly a tough call. But obviously you're very excited about Henderson in Dynasty, but I think Cam Ward can be decent in Dynasty as well. I think it's a fair trade. I think it's going to be up to you. To be completely honest with you, I may not be the best person to ask a Dynasty trade question right now, because I've just answered 300 straight redraft questions. So my brain's not really in that mode. But I think it's a fair deal. Now, Caveman Lawyer with our next one. Okay. Here, running back, Jordan Mason over to Mercado here this week. Easily. Wide receiver, you're going to go Marv and Brian Thomas in the flex. Mercado is not like the guaranteed starter here in Arizona. It could be Michael Carter Jr. They're probably going to split the backfield. So realistically, what I would want to see is I'd want to just wait 1 week before we start either guy. You can roster them, but if we can wait a week, that'd be nice. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next one. This is from Halo Benz. Running back, give me Scat and Kenneth Walker. Wide receiver, give me Tets. Flex, give me Jawan Johnson. And I'm sorry, tight end, give me Jawan. And flex, I know I'm an idiot. I completely understand that. But for me, for this week, I would still play A.J. Brown over Woody Marks. Looks like this may change sooner rather than later. But we'll go A.J. Brown here. Now, Steffi wins trading Hampton and Pickens for Jahmyr Gibbs. Wide receiver, we'd have Nico, Brian Thomas, Igbuka. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. You lose this trade in the short term. I think you probably win it in the long term. I think you do it. I think Gibbs is one of those assets that, like, if you can get to it any way possible, you go for it. Okay. Now, Cornbread with our next one. This is Chuba Hubbard versus Marvin Harrison. I have them ranked back-to-back. Running back, we would be starting like Marks or Henderson. Wide receivers, I think it's a personal preference type deal. I'm fine either way. Okay. Now, Grand Lake Rock says also get the Browns DST for giving the Colts DST. Not super relevant. I mean, the Browns DST is strong this week, but you'd say kind of the same thing about the Colts, I think. Anyway, Wilson to Lamb upgrade. Bowers the Warren lateral move. Judkins to Daniels. I mean, would I rather have Judkins and Dak or Jaden Daniels? I'd rather have Jaden Daniels. So for me, I'm going to take the Jaden Daniels CD Lamb side of this. The only way that I wouldn't is if you were in a spot in which you have a losing record and we need to prioritize wins in the short term rather than the long term. Vader trading Ginty and Pickens for Bijan. I'm going to take Bijan in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format where it looks like we have plenty of production at wide receiver. Now, Tommy here in the flexes. Give me Scat and Rashad White if Bucky Irving doesn't play. If Bucky Irving does play, you play Michael Carter instead of Rashad White. But yeah, Rashad White with no Bucky will be a must-start option. Now, M Hero with our next one. Okay. It's Etienne and Rome versus Jalen Ward and Jamar. Rome to Jamar downgrade, Etienne to Jalen Warren downgrade. So I'd rather keep the Rome and Etienne side. Now, Jay Ferrer is trading Javonte and Addison for Ginty and Terry. I think you're making a lateral move at wide receiver while upgrading at running back. So yes, I'm going to do this. The only hesitation that I have is it does look like the Raiders' offensive line has actually gotten a little bit worse with the left tackle going down. Daniel, I understand that you can't buy a question on the website. We are too far backed up with questions, so we have those purchases turned off. But eventually we'll turn them back on where you can buy questions again. But for now, the only way to get them is by getting a free question voucher, which you can get by getting the season pass, by getting the annual Mother Flocker. Use code FLOCK if you want free questions for me. Which you can get by using code FLOCK on Underdog, which you can get by winning them in the live chat as well, which we're giving out free questions every time we hit 100 likes on the stream. So just go ahead and drop a like on the live stream. But let's move this over to our next one. This is Hysterio for the flex. We have no Bijan, we have no Lamb, we have no London, we have no Rice. DeMercado's probably a play here, and probably go Elliot Manor with the assumption that Calvin really doesn't play. If really does play, you could pivot over to Darius Slayton if you wanted. Now, moving over to our next name is Will. Quarterback between Daniel Jones and Dart. Daniel Jones not close. Running back, we're going to be going with, oh my gosh, I guess Michael Carter over like RJ Harvey. And then in the flex, I'm going to go Stephon Diggs. Where Diggs actually finally played a bunch this past week, which is really good for me because I'm going to have to look at Diggs soon. Played 67% of the snaps, which is a season high. I figured he ran more routes than that, but I guess they didn't have to run routes, right? Okay. Now, G. Botzel. You play Jordan Mason here easily. Like, let me make sure that everybody's on the same page. Jordan Mason is still a must-start running back until Aaron Jones comes back. You go ahead and you jam him in. This past week, it was the worst game environment possible, and he still was okay. Like, if you have him, you play him, please. Okay. And let's pull that back up. And yeah, like I said, we're going to be playing Jordan Mason here. Like, we don't know what the split's going to be like with the Arizona guys, but I can tell you exactly what the split's going to be in Minnesota. Jordan Mason's going to have everything except like the last 2 minutes of the first half. Now, Nico, running back. Bucky plays, you play him. If he doesn't, you probably play DeMercado. And then for the flex, oh my gosh, you got to play another name. You'd probably go Sharps. But you better send up a prayer that Bucky Irving plays. T-Bone Flock trading Chubb, Devonta Smith for Hendo and Kirk. I'd rather have Hendo over Smith. Chubb, Kirk, who cares? Barely worth roster spots. So I think Trevion Henderson's the best player in this deal. Hope I'm wrong. Drafted a bunch of Devonta Smith and best ball drafts, but passing volume's just not there. Now, our next one's going to be from Will. Trading James Cook and Marv for Hampton and Devontae Adams. Downgrade at running back to upgrade at wide receiver. I probably wouldn't do this. Here's the thing. If Joe Alt didn't get injured, especially if you had both the tackles playing for Los Angeles and they had a top 5 offensive line in the league, Amari and Hampton would be an S tier running back. But that's just simply not the case at this point. So I think you go with the James Cook and Marv side. Now, Young McFly trading Jamar for Judkins and Brian Thomas. A running back, we have 3 startable names. So I would say most formats, this would be tough. But I'm going to take Judkins and Brian Thomas if I were you. The reason being is this is a 12-team start 9 format. So it's a very deep league. And because it's a very deep league, I like picking up the additional starter here. So yes, let's do it. Okay. Now, haul aboard. Quarterback, give me Hurts over May. Wide receiver, give me we'll go Watt. I know we're going to go the big Q. Sorry. You have 3 interesting names. You're going to have to stream a tight end. And then for the flexes, you're going to go Rashad White if Bucky doesn't play. Then you're going to go Waddle. And if Bucky does play Jamison Williams there instead of Rashad White. Titanic trading Judkins and Addison for Jacobs. 10-team league, I'll take Jacobs here. 10-team league, I don't know if Addison's going to make that big of a deal. No sleep Ed here at wide receiver. Give me Sutton as an auto start. Oh, dear God, you have great plays. How the hell do you have this strong of plays? We'll go Javonte in 1 flex. And in the other flex, it's going to be tough. Tet, Worthy, Adams, and Kenneth Walker are all quality options here. Looking at how I have these wide receivers ranked, I have Tet at 12, Adams at 11, Worthy at 15. So I have it as Adams. And I probably would go with the wide receiver in a full PPR format. But you know what? I'm actually going to change this. The reason being is now the Rams are 11.5 point favorites. I'm sorry, not 11.5. They're 8.5 point favorites over San Francisco. So they're probably going to be able to run the ball consistently. So in that instance, I'll probably take Tet. So yeah, let's pivot to Tet over Adams now that you have no Purdy. I think the Rams are going to be a little bit less pass happy. Okay, now Aluna is trading Brees for Michael. You want Brees here and it's not close post Braylon Allen injury. Like, please take Brees Hall here easily. Okay. Now, Com trading Michael Carter and Rashad White for DeAndre Swift. Running back, we have Hubbard and Jitty. We can start right now. Wide receiver, we have Myers, Waddle, and I guess like Slade in the lineup. Actually, you have Achane too. It's going to be a personal preference type deal. Like, realistically, we know DeAndre Swift's the starter, but you do have the cap ceiling. If you were to get, like, this Bucky injury turning out to be serious, you would say that you probably would rather have Rashad White side. But we just have no idea at this point. So I think it's a fair deal. I think it's going to be up to you and your personal preference, to be honest. Now, that's with our next question. Quarterback between Bo Nix and Dak Prescott. Give me Dak. Really don't like the matchup for Bo this week. Wide receiver Olave over Devonta Smith. And then we're going to go with whoever starts for the Buccaneers at running back in the flex. So I would go ahead. I would probably plan on Rachaad White in the flex. But obviously if Bucky plays, then you could very easily pivot over to Bucky Irving. Now, Buddy trading Taylor, Pacheco, Keon for Nico, Walker, Worthy. 10-team, 2-receiver, 1 flex. You're down tiering from the best name. Actually, I can't see what the league settings are. If it's a league in which you actually need depth, sure, take the package. It's a lot of value. But if it's a league where it really is only a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, then in that instance, I probably prefer Jonathan Taylor. Now, M. Ruiz, DLT. Running back, give me Woody Marks over Pacheco. And then for the flex, full PPR format, I'll probably take Wandale here. Bryce, running back. Rachaad White, assuming that Bucky Irving doesn't play. Wide receiver, you have no option but Kendrick Bourne. Tight end, Jake Ferg. And then for the flex, I would play Woody Marks over, I guess, Sam Laporta and Pacheco would be the next best options. Now, Faft, with our next question, our best option on the bench should be T. Higgins. I'm not playing Higgins over Smith, ETN, Godwin, or Keenan. So, yeah, you leave this as is. Now, Gugger trading London for Ginty. I have Ginty ranked higher, and looking at our running back 2 at the moment, it's Ja'Cory Cross-Gamera. So, yeah, I would do this. Dirty Skinny trading Kyron Waddle Debo for Godwin, Bijan, Rachaad White. I think you take the Bijan Robinson side here easily. Looks like there's a lot happening in this deal, but the fact of the matter is Bijan Robinson is just in a completely different tier than any other asset in this trade. So you, in my opinion, you should very easily prefer Bijan. Now, Bird Enthusiast for the flex. I would go with Rachaad White over Olave and Ladd, assuming we have no Bucky. Now, if Bucky plays, you can pivot over to Olave instead. But again, I think the expectations at the moment will be Bucky Irving's missing this weekend, and Rachaad White's a must-start running back. That's at least how I'm treating it. Okay. Now, our next one's going to be from Wilson. Says, is it worth it? I also get fab dollars. Don't care for Cup, to be honest. Yeah, Cup's a 0 in this deal. This deal is you're trading Mike Evans, Rachaad White, Quentin Johnston for Rome and Henderson. Give me Rome over Quentin Johnston. Give me Henderson over Rachaad White. We're paying Mike Evans to get it done. It's a league in which depth is pretty important. I think this is worth it. A lot is going to come down to the Bucky Irving injury status. If Bucky Irving ends up missing the season, which I'm not saying is going to happen, I'm not saying it's likely. For all we know, Bucky Irving could be back next week. I have no idea. But if Bucky were to miss the season, then at that point, I'd rather have Rachaad White than Trevion Henderson. I mean, I'd rather have the Rachaad White side than anybody here. Rachaad White would jump up to being like the RB 14 in my rankings. But yeah, if Bucky ends up coming back next week, he'll clearly win the deal. Now, Dispatcher says bye week / injuries are cooking me this week. Waddle looks to be I would actually probably go Olave. Olave and Waddle are fine plays considering the Tyreek injury. And then tight end, you go Hunter Henry. You have a fine team. What are you talking about? Now, Fatal coming through here for the flex. We have Dermicado in right now. If we were to, you know what? I'd start Jordan Addison over him. Like, realistically, you're looking at Michael Carter and Dermicado there in Arizona, and I can't tell you which player is going to lead the backfield. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, so I mean, I would just play it safe with Jordan Addison, see what happens in Arizona, and possibly play Dermicado next week. Okay. Now, low carb with our next one. Running back. This is the instance in which you can roll the dice in Dermicado because we know Isaiah Pacheco's a straight up bum. And they're saying they're going to get Rashad Smith more involved. I'd even probably play Alec Manor over Pacheco this week. Like full PBR format, Calvin Ridley injured. He's the clear wide receiver one here. I think you can run with it. Jay's Fantasy, Herbert Brees for Judkins and Worthy. This is a dynasty league. Let me double check. What is this? If this is a dynasty league, which it looks like it's the settings of a redraft format, I'm going to take Judkins and Worthy and run. If it's a redraft league, I'm going to take Judkins and Worthy and run. So yeah, I think you take Judkins and Worthy here regardless. Now, Joe Zone trading Kamara, Scat, Worthy for Saquon Barkley. It's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So with these league settings, yes, I think I would honestly easily make this trade. In these league settings. Okay. And let me go ahead and look at something real quick. I need to be making some fab stuff happen in the Flock League real quick. I thought I tried to pick up. These guys already. Let me see. I thought I had waiver wire bids in here, but I guess I don't. Sorry, the waivers in my league run every single night because we have people that are all around the country. Okay. But yeah, 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Take Barkley here. Deeper league, you can talk me into the package. Tizzo trading Chuba and McBride for Brees, Adams, and Laporta. McBride to Brees, slide downgrade. Chuba to Adams, clear upgrade. So yeah, I think you can go ahead and do this. Again, I think Brees Hall gets the massive bump up with the Braylon Allen injury. Because the issue with Brees has never been talent. It was that this coaching staff was coming in saying that they were going to split this backfield between Brees and Braylon, but now they don't have that option anymore. Okay. Now, the Oracle trading Derrick Henry and Brock Bowers for Charbonnet and CeeDee Lamb. Henry to Lamb upgrade, Bowers to Charb, massive downgrade. I would keep Henry and Bowers, even if they're not producing. Mr. Philly Wub says 4-0. How do I trade Baker for Allen? If you can make this deal, I would. It's really, that's like the only player that you have in that range. Like Tet and like Dermicado, like obviously if they'd rather have Michael Carter, send a Michael Carter. Like I don't know if I would do London in this with Baker. Not in a league where you can start 8 players weekly. So I like this deal, but I don't know if I'd go much more than this. If they wanted a different bench running back, sure, give them a different bench running back. Now, Honey Mustard with our next one. Quarterback Herbert versus Bo Nix. Give me Herbert. Hate the Bo Nix matchup. Running back Jordan Mason, Kenneth Walker. Easy starts, easy game. Wide receiver Sutton and Worthy. And then in the flex, give me Rashad White. If Bucky Irving does not play and if Bucky Irving does play Bucky Irving. Okay. Now, Bengals fan since 05 trading Hubbard and Pittman for Amari and Hampton. I think this is a fine trade if you have the wide receiver depth. Yeah, you have St. Brown, Puka, Rice come back in the long term. I'd do this. 10-team league. Waiver wire should be decent. Lizzo Lover trading Lamb JCM for Tet, Judkins, and Darnold. How bad do you need the... Actually, this is a super flex format. Super flex league, yes, we're going to do this. Especially with the Lamar injury. Deeper Superflex League, yes, I think you can make that trade. As initially I see Sam Darnold, he's just get absolute 0, right? So I'm just looking at the other pieces. But if Darnold actually holds value there, then yeah, I think that's going to be the right side. Now, Weaves trading Worthy for Jordan Mason and Lad McConkey. How down bad are you at running back? I can't see. It's like in general, it's a fair deal, but it's going to come down to, do you really need the running back? And also, I don't know if, like, Jordan Mason's a must-start running back for me when you have no Aaron Jones. But once Aaron Jones comes back in and this goes back to being a running back by committee, Jordan Mason will no longer be that must-start running back. Slush Monkey says, looks good, but Pittman is now my wide receiver one. I believe Hampton can match Bijan's fantasy points. I would say the same thing if it wasn't for the offensive line being decimated in Los Angeles. Pittman to Diggs, downgrade. Hampton, I mean, you're still doing this regardless. Like, 10-team league. Trey Benson should pretty much be valued as a 0. You go ahead and you make this move. Weaves trading Worthy for, I think we already answered this. I think this is going to be a personal preference type deal, my friends. It's going to be up to you. Is the team linked this time? Oh, the team is linked this time. All right, how about down bad are you at running back? Yeah, you kind of just need somebody to start this week here. I'm fine with you doing this. If you don't do this, like your lineup is going to be really bad at running back right now. Now, CJ Ernest trading Flowers for ETN. I'd rather have ETN with a Lamar injury. I mean, this Ravens offense is about to collapse. Football guy, running back, Brees and Javonte both set up to crush. We're going to start both these guys for sure. Go Juwan Johnson over Darren Waller, and then here, one of the flexes you have to play Javonte, and the other flex you go Jacoby Myers. Again, much less excited about Zay Flowers post-Lamar injury. Now, G. Perd DCA trading Judkins for Genty, upgrading, Igbuka for Flowers, downgrading. I think that this is going to be a very fair trade, and this is up to your personal preference. Doesn't really matter your team either, because realistically, it's just a running back for a running back, wide receiver for a wide receiver. So, fair deal, and up to you, my friend. Okay. And it looks like we just hit 1,300 likes in the stream, so let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions in the chat. As y'all can tell, the vast majority of questions that we answer in these live streams are completely free. If you want to win free questions in the chat, just make sure you go down, drop a like on this live stream, and send your flockfantasy.com username in the live chat so I know who to send those questions over to. And also with that in mind as well, if you want to get guaranteed free questions for this live stream or for any live stream, you can take advantage of the newest offer on Underdog Fantasy. It's the best offer that Underdog's ever had. This is a deal in which after you play your first $5, you get $100 added to your account with promo code FLOCK. And on top of that, you will get a free pick for tomorrow night's game. It's going to be something like Matthew Stafford, higher, lower, half a total yard, or Mac Jones, half a total yard, higher, lower. And you'll get free questions that you can send in these live streams. And I am streaming, answering fantasy football questions every single day until Christmas. So you should have plenty of opportunities to get those in. Links in the description, links in the comment section. But let's go ahead and let's send this out to our winner. This is going to be Snowies, something along those lines. Let me see if I can find you on the site, my friend. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. Just found you and just sent you over that free start set question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us here. Okay. Now let's move over to our next one. This is Zellers, says, traded Pollard, Devonta Smith for Benson, Woody Marks now that Benson's out. Should we pivot for more running backs? Loser runs the milk mile. Ooh. So here, if there's a punishment to lose your league, you can't just think about the ceiling. You got to think about the floor. Is normal fantasy football league, it's like, I don't care if I get sixth place or I don't care if I get dead last. It's the same thing. I'm not winning money anyway. But no, here, there's a big difference between getting last and getting sixth place. So let's go ahead and let's look at this. Justin Fields at quarterback, given how good the matchup is against Dallas. Oh, dear God. Yeah, and obviously the trade looks bad after Benson's ruled out. I'd play Woody Marks here. Tight end, you have David Njoku, slightly better with no Cedric Tillman. And then looking at what we have for the flex, I think you got to play Addison and send up a prayer. I mean, the Arizona backs, like Michael Carter may be the starter, DeMarcado may be the starter. We're just going to get a lot more information after this week. I think realistically, they're just going to split it. Now, Ian Gosh, here tight end, you're going to go McBride. And then I'm assuming you meant to send this in like we needed 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and a flex. So your other running back, play Achane. Your other wide receiver, play Worthy. And then your flex, play Brian Thomas. But if you really just needed one flex here, Achane would be the best play. Okay, now our next one's going to be from GT007. Running back, give me the combo of Kenneth Walker and Rashad White, assuming Bucky doesn't play. Wide receiver, we're going to go Jettas and Igbuka. Tight end, McBride. And then for the flex, we'll take Woody Marks over J.K. Dobbins with how bad the matchup is for Dobbins. And honestly, Woody Marks is a pretty good one. Tony Mayo trading A.J. Brown for Lamar Jackson. We have plenty of production at wide receiver. Like A.J. Brown's on our bench right now. So, yeah, I think you can make this. Obviously, we moved Lamar down. Our rankings dramatically. He's down at QB4 now with the hamstring. It's going to possibly limit some rushing later in the year. And obviously, you're not getting him anytime soon either. Now, 8 crazy nights trading Judkins and Brian Thomas for Mahomes. One quarterback format, I'd way rather have Judkins and Brian Thomas. Obviously, Mahomes looks better now than he has, but still tough spot to make that deal. Totally trading Marks, Marv, and Igbuka for Lamb. It's a 10-team, 2 receiver, 1 flex. We have Gibbs, Hampton at running back. We have London, Tet, Rice. So here's the issue that I have with this. You make this deal, you have no wide receiver to start this week. You have nobody to put in the flex this week. So I love this in the long term, but it's just one that with the Rashee Rice suspension, with us having no wide receiver to possibly put in, even if I like the value, I don't think you can make it this week. If you can make it next week, by all means, let's go for it. But you have to get through the London bye. Now, Chris trading Allen and Tyler Warren for Lamar, Debo, and Kincaid. Is this a real dynasty? No, this is a redraft format. I don't know why the league analyzer is marking it as dynasty. It's Josh Allen here easily. Not even remotely close. Like, if Lamar is fully healthy, sure, you can talk me into the Lamar side, but like, yeah, I can't see how you could possibly take Lamar in this instance. Now, JD Healy says, I have Puka, Monroy, Buka, Tat, T, Godwin in a keeper league. Yeah, and it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Unless it's like a 5 or more player keeper, I'm going to go with Jettas. But most keeper leagues that we look at, you only keep like 1 to 3 guys. Which, if that's the instance here, what I would say with it is, well, you know that like we don't really need to think long term. But obviously, if you can keep like 5 or more players, and we're going to get to keep Buka and Tet next year, especially I'm assuming we got him at a decent little cost, that'd be great. But if we're just treating it as if it's like a shallower keeper league and it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format where we have a loaded team, I think you can go ahead. I think you can just get Jefferson here. Now, Robert, always appreciate seeing you, my guy. Says, what's up, man? Got offered this trade. Don't know. Like to move away from Pollard, though we just lost Benson. What are your thoughts and any trade ideas? 14-team format. It's actually pretty relevant having Dak Prescott at QB. 14-team league. There aren't going to be quarterbacks on the waiver wire. So downgrading from Dak to Tua is going to be really tough. I know we do have Justin Fields, though, so obviously we're going to be starting Fields here kind of regardless. Upgrading at running backs pretty big here because we just simply don't have running backs that we can put into our starting lineup right now. So in general, yes, I like this idea. And honestly, I really like the structure of the deal. If we're looking at what we have with wide receiver trade pieces, you could also see if you could try sending a wide receiver that's super exciting and super great like Cortland Sutton. Maybe with Tony Pollard to go get a significant upgrade to maybe like Breece Hall if you wanted to do that with the Braylon Allen injury. I think that would be in play for you as well. But let me go ahead. Let me send you over another free trade question just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with. Now, Cade Edits, quarterback. I guess you're starting Dart, but Dart has the hamstring and no Malik Neighbors, so I would like to avoid Jackson Dart if possible. Then looking at what we have with the running back spots, Kenneth Walker will be our 2 RBs. Wide receiver, give me Tet over Quentin Johnston. Give me Kelsey over Warren. And then for our flex, we're going to go Quentin Johnston. Please, though, if possible, it would be great if you could go ahead and if you could potentially pick up a different quarterback other than Dart, because realistically, I don't know how you could trust Jackson Dart. Now, Lions with our next question. Has made this trade earlier today. Super flex, we got Field. So we downgraded at quarterback, but we got a massive upgrade at wide receiver. I'm completely fine with this. The question, of course, will be, can Justin Fields stay healthy? And what is the floor? Because I think Caleb gives you a much higher floor than Fields. But Fields gives you the same, if not a higher ceiling. Now, maybe I'm always happy to see him, my guy. Says, hesitant to play A.J. Brown. Is it worth to consider Myers again? Last week was a bit disappointing. Completely understand. I was way too high on Jacoby Myers in the rankings last week. Let me go ahead and send you a free start sit question just in case there's anything that changes here. I'll say the running back and flex, super easy. Play Brees and play Kyron. But I would actually play Brees in the flex, Kyron at running back, because Brees plays on Thursday night. So, I'm sorry, Kyron plays on Thursday night. So just in case anything happens to Brees later in the week. And then wide receiver between Jacoby and A.J. Brown, it is very tough. The projections specifically for the Raiders this week are a lot worse, where the implied team total is like 20.3 points. I think for the time being, I'm still going to go Jacoby, though, because I don't think you'll have Michael Mayer. Brock Bowers is still banged up. And I don't know if we get the 3 rushing touchdown game from Ash and Genty again. But let me make sure I send you, we sent you over that free start set question just in case anything changes or you want to ask us something next week. Now, the Ghost coming through, trading Chase Brown, Puka Nacua for Kyron and Jettas. Here's the thing. I know it looks like, a massive upgrade at running back, and Jefferson may be close to Puka. Jefferson's nothing. He's not even in the same ballpark as Puka Nacua at this point. Puka Nacua, completely different tier. For that reason here, I'm going to be holding on to Puka in this. And honestly, kind of an easy thing to say as well. It's JP says, any drops for Sean Tucker to Mercado? Should we drop Loveland? 100%. A 14-team format, so I understand that Loveland's better here, but still. I would drop Loveland for Dermacado. And then for the flex plate, Rashad White with no Bucky Irving. Okay, let's refresh this. And I really like Loveland. I hope Loveland comes out after the bye healthy and absolutely crushes. I hope we're wrong with this. Now, Jay Benz with our next question. Running back, give me the combo of Jordan Mason and Alvin Kamara, assuming Bucky misses. Wide receiver, we have Igbuka and Avonta Smith as our only options. Tight end, you have Kyle Pitts. And then for the flex, Bucky plays, you go Bucky. Bucky misses. It's going to be between Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt, RJ Harvey, and Dermacado. I have Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt RB 30 this week. I have Dermacado 33 and RJ Harvey 34. So I have JCM as the guy, but it is very close. Now, no DNO L. Here for the flex. Give me Judkins over Marv. I will say it's a really tough matchup for Judkins, so I'm not super excited about that, though. Okay. Now, let's look at La Gente here. Running back. Henderson over Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt for me. Wide receiver, we have Igbuka, Devonta Smith, and then I guess you have to play Addison in the flex with Jalen Ward on bye. Okay. Now, Leonardo trading Bowers and Pickens for Hurts and Rice. Pickens to Rice, downgrade. Bowers to Hurts, up to you. I would say this is probably the Rice and Jalen Hurts side. If you are a winning team, if you are a losing team, you'd rather have Pickens. Is obviously the next 3 weeks, Pickens is going to absolutely crush as like a mid wide receiver 1. In the long term, we should be very excited about what we have with Rice, and I'd way rather have Rice long term over Pickens. So it's going to come down to your record and what's more important, upside for the playoffs or points in the lineup now to make sure we can get to the playoffs. But it looks like we just hit 1,400 likes on the stream. So let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions in the chat. Again, all you got to do to possibly win a free question, you can tell Almost every question we answer in all these live streams are the free ones. You can get a free question or qualify to win one by dropping a like on this stream and dropping your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. Or you could get one by taking advantage of the offer that is currently available to you on Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy and make a $10 deposit, you will get free questions sent to you for you to be able to ask them in the live streams. And we're going to be streaming every single day until Christmas. And on top of that, use code FLOCK. After you play your first $5, you're going to get $100 added into your account. And with that as well, you're going to be getting a free pick for the Thursday night game. It's either going to be Matthew Stafford, higher or lower half a total yard, or it's going to be Mac Jones, higher or lower half a total yard. But, of course, let me first, and Underdog is available in almost every state as well, and they've been the only sponsor of this channel for 5 years. But let's send out a free question to somebody that's just hanging out with us in the live stream. This one's going to be for Ball So Hard 209. I'm going to see if I can find you on the site. Appreciate you hanging out with us, my friend. Just found you. Just sent you over a free start sit question. Again, appreciate you hanging out with us in the live stream. Okay, so this trade from Luke Shiesty. Trading Scat, Wilson, Brian Thomas for Jamar, Metcalf, Etienne. Scat to Etienne, I view that as an upgrade. I like the offense more. Wilson to Chase, I view that as an upgrade. Brian Thomas to Metcalf, I view that as a downgrade. I'll be honest with you. I would make this trade. While at the same time, I'm going to be honest that the majority of the people in this live stream will call me a fool and a clown for being willing to say that I would rather have Jamar Chase over Garrett Wilson rest of season. Not this week, because this week you're going to have Garrett Wilson crushing the Dallas Cowboys defense. But, yeah, we are going to take the Etienne side of this. Okay. Now, Luke Shiesty, quarterback, Fields versus May. Give me Fields in a really good matchup. Okay. Then down in the flex, we have no London, so we're going to go Jordan Mason and DK Metcalf pretty easily. Now, Alejandro says, what's up, Mason? I'm 4-0. Should we make the deal? I would. I would trade Marvin Devonta Smith for Jamar Chase and Khalil Shakir. With that being said, a lot of people have called us fools, clowns, idiots for keeping Jamar Chase as a top 12 wide receiver in our rankings. But my thing is we go back and we just take a look at what we had with Jamar in terms of, oh, and DK Metcalf's on the bye, so we'll look at that team again. But you go and look at Jake Browning's first week in here playing the majority of snaps. Jamar Chase had 30 points. But let's go back and let's look at that other team because Metcalf was on the bye. So you have you have Slayton and Jordan Mason in that instance. And yes, I understand that the questions are turned off. You cannot purchase a question on the site. If you have a free voucher, you can send one in. But you cannot purchase any questions on the site. At least from me. You can purchase them from other creators, but we are too far backed up. I have been live streaming for 3.5 hours now, or probably ended up live streaming for close to 5 hours tonight. And you can tell the majority of the questions that we're answering are just the free questions. So yeah, we'll send out more free questions in the chat. You can get free questions by using code FLOCK and Underdog. You can get free questions by using code FLOCK and getting the season pass or being an annual mother flocker on the site. Okay. Cal says, I have free voucher and it's not letting me send you one, Mason. It's because you probably have a free voucher to somebody else, would be my guess. You maybe used a different code when you signed up to flockfantasy.com, so your free voucher is going to be for them. If you believe that is not the case, feel free to email support@flockfantasy.com, but I can almost guarantee that is why. All right, let's move this over and look at La Gente. Long-time member of the flock here. I think it's going to be Rachaad White with no Bucky and then Quinshon Judkins. Like, I hates the matchup for Judkins, but you still got to run with it regardless. And then looking at the flex, you're going to go Chase Brown. Just get the running back with the guaranteed volume. And you actually do have a really nice projection for the Bengals offense this week in comparison to what we've seen previously, where they are projected to bounce back here against Detroit. Not saying they're going to be good, but better than they have been over the past 2 weeks. Now, Arrow G, running back. I'll go Michael Carter here, but I think Michael Carter to Mercado split the backfield. Not that excited to tell you to start either. And then you definitely play Brian Thomas in the flex. I would rather, with the Arizona backs, wait a week and see what ends up happening. Bouncy accountability, I would trade Ladd McConkey for A.J. Brown. Personally, I think the squeaky wheel is going to get greased. I think that they're going to force the ball over to A.J. Brown. Mason Warwar trading James Cook, Rashee Rice for CMC. 10-team, actually, I can't see the exact. If this is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, in that instance, this is not funny. But yeah, if it's a super shallow format, then sure. But if it's a deeper league, honestly, yes, I'm doing this kind of regardless, unless it's a really deep league. As again, I do want to say that like CMC and Puka Nacua are the 2 players that in general are untouchable. Like if you ever have the opportunity to trade for CMC or Puka, even if it looks like you're overpaying, you probably should go ahead and just make the deal. Now, Mason Ward, this is another trade where you just sent the same thing. Yeah, so go CMC. Now, JC8. Running back, CMC, Brees. Wide receiver, Tet McMillan. Tight end, Juwan Johnson. And then in the flex, Rachaad White with no Bucky Irving. And then Egbuka. You play both bucks. Frank trading Gibbs, CeeDee Lamb for Henderson, Woody Marks, Amari Cooper, Quentin Johnston, and Michael Pittman. You're trading away 2 studs for a bunch of mid-tier players. This would be a very bad trade. You very easily would rather have Jahmyr Gibbs and CeeDee Lamb. HJP says ideas for Rice, Stafford, and Caleb in a 6-point passing. 6 point per completion, 6-point passing touchdown league. Point per completion, honestly, either one. Probably Stafford. I don't know. I can't see your team. Yeah, you didn't select. I'm going to send you. I can't really do this. I would say just in general, go and look if you have any players close to Rashee Rice in the rankings. It's a 14-team format. So in general, we're not super excited to sell depth here. Let me look at the rest of season ranks. No, this is week 5. Sorry. I was like, where the hell is Rashee Rice? I was like, why is Egbuka so high too? I have Rice in C tier rest of season. If you could trade Sutton, A.J. Brown, Adams, Tet, Pickens, Wilson, Igbuka, Forrest, Rice. I think we would look to do that, assuming you have a winning team. Now, No Sleep Ed trading Hampton, St. Brown for James Cook and Jefferson. I would rather have the James Cook and Jefferson side of this because of the offensive line injuries in Los Angeles. If Joe Alt didn't get injured, I would probably tell you to keep Amari and Hampton. But the Chargers went from the best pair of tackles in the league to arguably a bottom 5 offensive line. Now, Trevor B.A. trading Judkins and Rice for Genty. Leftover receiver will have Nico, Metcalf, and Neighbor. No, after the Neighbor's injury, you cannot make this deal. You need to hold on to Rice. Or get another wide receiver in return. And I have to log in and log out to keep the show rolling. Just give me 1 second to do this. And back-to-back streams where we've gone for like 4 hours without having to get up to go pee. Which, I've just been putting a little bit of salt in the water. And we'll to hold that pee way better. Okay. So let's keep this thing rolling. We're not that far behind on questions. Sean says, hey, Mason, just open team reviews for like 30 seconds. I won't tell anyone. Let me see how many questions we're back on. I can open up team reviews and here's the thing. Now that we have it set up on the site where we can send the free vouchers to people who use code FLOCK on Underdog, I'm assuming we're just going to be spammed with trade questions and start sit questions soon. I will open up team reviews for the rest of, not only say for the rest of this live stream. If anybody's here hanging out with me 3.5 hours into the live stream, I'll open up team reviews for you, but I will probably close them in definitely before we go to bed. I'll just monitor how many come in. But I just opened up team reviews on the site if you wanted to get a team review. They're very expensive. I would not recommend getting one, but if you really want one, you can. MD Hughes. Jordan Mason and Genty are probably going to be must-start players here for us. Yeah, Jordan Mason and Genty, you play both of them. And then wide receiver, you go Brian Thomas over London. Sorry, Brian Thomas over London, Rice, Godwin, because 2 of them aren't playing, and Godwin's not ramped up fully. Invisibu, I'd rather have Javonte over Xavier Worthy, because we are going to get Rice back in a few weeks, and you do have the Xavier Worthy injury concerns. Okay. Now, Loful and Ben says 14-team Superflex, no tight ends. Need to move some players around and get some depth. Should I move Bo? Okay. Bo Nix to Brock Purdy. 14-team Superflex league. Quarterback's going to be so damn important. We're going to get Daniels back. So long-term, we'll have Daniels and Brock Purdy, hopefully. We'll see. Obviously, Purdy's going to get 10 days to rest until his next game. But you'll hope Purdy's at 100% or close to it. Wide receiver at the moment, we have no Terry McLaurin. So wide receiver, we're starting freaking Travis Hunter and Josh Downs. So realistically, yes, you probably got to do this. Am I super excited about it? No. But at least we know we're going to have 2 quarterbacks we can start every week and we get a startable wide receiver. So yes, I think you can run with it. Now, Kerwan coming through in a Dynasty League. Dynasty Superflex format, trading away 2 seconds, a first, Justin Herbert, and Travis Hunter for Josh Allen. Would I rather have Travis Hunter or a random future first in Dynasty? Probably a random future first. I'm sorry, about the same. So would I, or let's just say Travis Hunter in a second equals a future first in terms of rookie picks. Would I rather have Justin Herbert and 2 firsts and a second or Josh Allen? if you are rebuilding, I'm going to take the Justin Herbert side of this. If you are contending, I completely understand making this play for Josh Allen if you think that those rookie picks are going to be late rookie picks. Okay. Now, next question from Matt says, I really need a running back. I'm low on depth. Wide receiver running back. If you were to switch Tracy to make the deal better, who would you pick? Here's the thing, my guy. Tracy's nothing. So essentially, I look at this trade, and it's you're trading away Jamison Williams for Javonte Williams, which I would do that in a heartbeat. Looking at what you may end up having to include instead, like maybe they'd be more interested in Kenneth Gainwell. Which, if you could send J-Mo and Kenneth Gainwell to Javonte Williams, I'd probably still do it. Yeah, I think you go with Javonte. Now, Luchega trading Carter, JSN, and Darren Waller for Rashee Rice, Woody Marks, and Etienne. How down bad are you at running back? We have Brees, Rashad White. Here's the thing. I understand you're bad enough at running back where this trade makes sense for you to go ahead and you get Etienne. But it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So with that context, I would probably rather just hold on to Jackson Smith and Jigba. And just try to hit on a running back off waivers. See what happens with Michael Carter this week. Here's the thing. I'm not doing this trade this week because you can throw Bucky Irving into your starting lineup at RB2. Like Bucky Irving looks like he's going to crush with, Rashad White. Rashad White's going to crush with the Bucky Irving injury. Now, Lechuga is trading James Cook, J.K. Dobbins, Xavier Worthy for Bijan Sutton. James Cook, Bijan upgrade, Worthy to Sutton upgrade. You're paying Dobbins, get it done. 100%. I do it. I am Brock Bowers, Dynasty Superflex. Darnold upgrade to Young, Igbuka upgrade to Neighbors, McBride downgrade to Loveland. So I understand the thought process here if you're a rebuilding team. In the offseason, like Neighbors going to be worth more than Igbuka. Young's going to be worth more than Darnold. I think you could charge a higher premium on this, though. I would probably rather have CJ Stroud over Young if we could do this. I'd be a little more excited about it. But obviously, you would only ever do this trade if you were a rebuilding team. And it doesn't look like your team's a rebuilding roster. Now, Coinman, here for the flexes. Running back, nobody's interesting. But wide receiver, we have no Rome and London. So you're going to have to start Hendo and then like Michael Carter and hope that Michael Carter is the starting running back in Arizona. Which my guess is going to be that Michael Carter and DeMarcado end up splitting the backfield. So it is up to you on that, though. Now, Young Stowe with our next one says 0-4 due to Mike Evans, CD, Chase Brown, and both my quarterbacks getting injured. Ended up getting Ladd for Evans. Also got Tet for CD. This is your by far and away your best trade. Like, I understand 0-4, you need to trade Lamb. I would have hoped that we could have gotten more value. Like, I'm maybe a little bit disappointed at the cost that we actually got. But this trade with the Braylon Allen injury, Breece Hall's in a completely different range than Chase Brown. So yeah, I think you go ahead and I think you get Breece. Now, salty full with our next one. Running back, we're going to start Barkley and Mercado. Wide receiver, you're starting Keenan and Addison. Tight end, you're going to go Ferg. And then in the flexes, it's disgusting, but we have no option but to play Jerry Jeudy and T. Higgins. And I guess you could actually go A.O. Manor, but I would start these guys. And realistically, my friend, it's disgusting, but at least you and me, we are in the same boat where I'm also going to have to be sending up a prayer that somehow, some way, T. Higgins and Jerry Jeudy can score some fantasy points. Now, the Zilla Gibbs getting traded for JSN and David Montgomery. Running back, what do we have at receiver? We have Pickens, London, Terry, Jeudy. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. For me, I'd rather have Gibbs. Like, I think Gibbs is close to the untouchable pieces. He's not CMC, he's not Puka, but he's damn close. Okay. Now, next question is going to come out from Gadgets. Quarterback between Mahomes and Herbert is actually relatively close for me. I have these guys ranked back-to-back in our rankings this week. I think I go Herbert until Rice comes back in. Tight end Juwan Johnson over Andrews. And then in the flex, we'll take Ladd McConkey here pretty easily. And then I honestly would consider playing Addison over Shakir as well. I'm sorry. I'm telling y'all right now, we're not turning on paid start, sit, and trade questions. It's just the amount of free questions that are going to get sent in from people using the Underdog offer. We've already been live for what, like 4 hours. I'm not going to stream for 12 hours tonight. I still have to make the video, the quarterback tight end DST rankings video. I still have to do. So I'm going to be up until like 1, 2 a.m. anyway. But so we're not turning on paid questions. That's pretty funny. Wide receiver, no Jennings, no London, no Rice. Slayton or Hunter? Oh, dear God. The correct answer is probably Slayton, but I'm dumb enough where if it was my team, I'd put Travis Hunter in. I'm a fan over Evan Ingram, and probably going to play Darius Slayton here anyway, and we're going to go Mercado in the other flex. Okay, let's refresh this. The big Q, we're all caught up on questions, so what we're going to be able to do is go back to the team reviews. Thank God. All right. Because I know we still have team reviews that we need to get through, and I want to make sure that those team reviews where there were screenshots earlier that we skipped over them, that we answer those before the stream ends for sure. Okay. Now, this is from the Big Q. Quarterback, I would love to stream somebody other than Dart if you can. Dart with no neighbors with a hamstring injury is going to be very scary for me. Wide receiver, no Lamb, no Rice, no Terry. You're going to go JMO. And then for the flex, I play Jordan Mason over Quinshon Judkins. Actually, yeah, we go Jordan Mason here. I will say, obviously, Quinshon Judkins is a much better player, and he will be my play in the long run, but I am scared. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's see what teams we skipped over earlier. This is T. Newman. Let's go ahead and let's pull this up. So thank you, my friend. I'm sorry that we skipped over this previously. It's just a little bit tough for us to pull up the screenshots in comparison. Still very happy to do it. Just wanted to save this till later on in the stream. So here looking at the league settings, it's one in which you start 2 wide receivers in a flex, which is nice in a way that we lost Malik Neighbors in these league settings, as opposed to if you were playing in a league like the Flock League where you have to start 2 flexes. The team there that lost Malik Neighbors is certifiably cooked. They have no hope whatsoever, and they are just pretty much done for the year, right? But here it's definitely painful, but you can maybe get by. So quarterback, we have Justin Fields. This week's going to be a phenomenal play against Dallas. We have Geno Smith on the bench. I will say Justin Fields, probably a quarterback in which we can roster 2 of them, right? It's not like he's an absolute must-start QB every single week, regardless of matchup. So I'm completely fine with us going through and with us rostering Geno. Looking at what we have at running back, we have Benson missing now, which what's hilarious is this is the same exact thing in my league. The team that had Trey Benson also had Malik Neighbors. So it has been just hell on earth for them. So we have Jonathan Taylor as our elite bell cow. We have Kenneth Walker that's now going to slide into RB2. Looking on the bench, we have DeAndre Swift as really the only viable depth piece. If we could, it would be really nice to move Trey Benson to the IR and pick up Dermicado, pick up Michael Carter Jr. Michael Carter Jr. is probably my guy that I am looking at, but you'd be fine either way. Going over to wide receiver, we lost Neighbors. DJ Moore doesn't look appealing. Down on the bench, like your starting lineup at wide receiver this week is Troy Franklin. Like, I guess you pick up Darius Slayton off the waiver wire if Calvin Ridley's going to miss a week. And then tight end, we have Travis Kelce. Your team's really bad. I'm sorry. It wouldn't have been bad if you weren't decimated by injuries. A week ago, this team probably looked really good. But here's what you have to do right this second. Move Trey Benson to the IR. Pick up one of the Arizona. I would pick up both of the Arizona backs because I would drop the backup kicker that we have. You need to roster as many running backs on the bottom end of your bench as possible. That way we can hopefully hit on somebody that can turn into an every week flex for us. Then moving on to what we have when it comes to wide receiver, your wide receiver room is so decimated to the point where I hate to say this. And if you watch, like, this is the first time I've recommended this in our live stream. And we've been streaming for a total of 4 hours. But you need to sell the best player on your team. You need to sell Jonathan Taylor. It absolutely sucks. Don't get me wrong. But you need to down tier and you need to pick up an additional starter at wide receiver. So what a trade like that would look like is I have Jonathan Taylor as the 5th most valuable player in my fantasy football rankings. But if you could move Jonathan Taylor and get back like Nico Collins and Kyron Williams, it's probably an advantageous play for you. Here's what essentially you would want to look at with the tiers. And obviously, if you're a member of the site, you can see all these tiers whenever you want. If not, we're showing them to you right now. You would try to sell Jonathan Taylor, get back a player in tier A and a player in tier B. That's your only option. We can't go into this week with Troy Franklin and Darius Slayton as our starting wide receivers and hoping that we can put Calvin Ridley in the flex. You have to down tier from Taylor. It absolutely sucks. Get an A tier and a B tier player. Pick up running backs off the waivers, move Benson to the IR, and drop the backup DST. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. I'm going to go ahead and send you over some free questions in case there's anything that you want to follow up with, my friend. Now let's move this over to our next team. This is a Dynasty one, so we're saving that for a Dynasty live stream. This one's going to be from Cole Kelly. Let me see if I can find this. Pull this one up. It says, I've started off the year 1-3. Traded Rome for Smith after week 1, which has really hurt my team's outlook. Looking for trade ideas to get my team back on track and hopefully still make the playoffs. Love the content. Really appreciate you. And yeah, I mean, I had Devonta Smith ranked over Rome coming into the season, which at this point looks absolutely horrendous a month in. Now, looking at our starting lineup requirements here, it is a league in which you only start 2 receivers in a flex. So if it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, we do like the idea of building around the top end running backs, tight end, quarterback, and that's kind of what we are doing. We have Herbert at QB. Down on the bench, we have Dak Prescott, so we can play the matchups here at quarterback weekly. Running back, we have Bijan, Jacobs. Obviously brutal this week with the bye. We are 1-3, so we need to be thinking, how do we get points in the short term, blah, blah, blah. We're not trading a player because they have a bye week in week 5, though, right? Because any other player that you're going to trade for still is going to have to go through their bye this season. But running back at the top, very, very strong. And then going down to the bench, we have Trevion Henderson. We have Quinshon Judkins. So great here. Wide receiver is the issue. We have Devonta Smith. We have Marvin Harrison. And we have JMO. I would go ahead. I would play Jalen Waddle over JMO in that flex spot this week, considering the Tyreek injury. But what I would probably look to do on a team that's 1-3 like this, well, if you were 3-1, we could just go ahead and we could wait for Rashee Rice to come back in and we could really shoot for the long-term upside. You can't do that in this instance. In this instance, you're going to have to go ahead. You're going to have to sell Rashee Rice and get some production right now. So if you could sell like Rice and Devonta Smith for a better wide receiver, let's do it. Go get somebody like Nico. If you could sell Trevion Henderson is also a long-term piece. If we could send Trevion Henderson and Marvin Harrison Jr. and go get to a better wide receiver, let's do it. You could also look at a better running back because you can end up just throwing that running back into the flex spot, get somebody like Breece Hall. But overall, you have a lot of value with this team. You have a lot of depth down on the bench. So what I would probably want to do is I'd probably want to try to sell the long-term upside of Rice, sell the long-term upside of Henderson, get upgrades inside the starting lineup. And do that by parlaying them with Smith, Harris, and JMO. And you can either get running back or a wide receiver in return because realistically we can throw them in the flex, right? But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. And I'm going to go ahead and send you over some free questions as well in case there's anything that you want to follow up with here too. But to end this stream, let's go ahead and let's send out somebody a free question in the chat for hanging out with us to the very end. All you got to do again is drop a like and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. I'm going to live stream every single day until Christmas answering your fantasy football questions. I haven't missed a day of live streaming for like 100+ days at this point. So I'll be here answering your questions. Giving away a ton of free questions every single stream. You can see the vast majority of questions that we answer in this live stream every night are those free questions. And yeah, you can get free questions by either winning them in the live chat by hanging out with us, or you could just get a guaranteed set of free questions going your way if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy and take advantage of their new customer offer, which is the best offer that they've had since I've been with them over the past 5 years, which is you play $5 and you get $100 added into your account. And on top of that, you'll get a free pick for tomorrow night's game, which would be like higher, lower, half a total yard for Mac Jones, higher, lower, half a total yard for Matthew Stafford. Incredible. I've never seen them do anything like this. And again, with that as well, you'll get free questions to ask in the live stream every single night. But let me go ahead and send out free question to somebody in the chat right now. This is coming from Tommy Got Your Mommy. Pretty funny name here. Let's go ahead and let's get you this, my guy. Appreciate you hanging out with us in the stream. Okay. Just found you. Just sent you over that free start set question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in the live stream. But I think that's all I got. Appreciate y'all hanging out with us. I'll spend the next few hours making the quarterback, tight end, DST rankings for y'all to make sure we're good to go for Thursday. But appreciate you. And I'll see you out in that live stream before the games tomorrow.